Hello. Well, I guess this is my live stream. Maybe I have to fiddle with the game settings a bit on here. Oh, I think it's fine. Yeah. I'm making a video on my video editor, and I kind of took way too much footage. So I'm gonna get to wait for that to render on an X200, which is gonna take a while. So if you don't know, I kind of have my end curses editor set up where it translates everything to some sort of editing like format. It's like MKV, but everything's a keyframe. But so I guess it is an MKV wrapper. But anyways, though, so I have to wait for it to render that stuff over, and I figured it was going to take a while, probably, since it normally takes about 3 times, and I probably have 2 hours of footage. Maybe 3 hours of footage, pretty much the entire day. So, hey, Coach Ish Huniwar, hi, what's up? And Mog Fadon, what's up as well? So, Kwakek Frickin, I feel like I pronounce your name every time, but differently. But hey, what's up? And didn't know you can do an upside down smiley face, but either way, how are things going? Any questions, I guess? I do have an alpha release of that up. It's still kind of a little bit buggy, I'd say, but I've been using it for my videos for quite a while. Probably should make something a little bit, I guess. Let me change gain a little bit here. Not quite sure which way the knob goes. I'm always bad at this. I did make a wooden mount, so I do have a microphone stand again. So, any questions, I guess? Q&A stuff, video ideas. I don't know. I'm just trying to kill time here, and I figured since I don't have a lot planned today, this might be an entertaining way to do it. My audio coming in. Just Pavu control. See if I can boost it a little bit. Okay, is that too loud? I'll just leave it on here. So, man, I have like the speakers and stuff for that electric violin over there. I still need to buy like I think I'm gonna put a C string on it, even though most violins don't have those. But I do not have that string, so or the speakers are way over there. I might do a video on that in the future. I don't know. I was actually thinking of remaking it. If you haven't seen the electric violin, it's down here. I loosened up the strings because the particle board's a little bit finicky. If you're wondering how it's powered, there's a 9-volt in the back. It's just one of those Chinese sort of kits. So, man, I did not expect there to be. I feel like there's a little bit less of an audience at 1 a.m. on or 1 p.m. on. I should grow a beard. I'm not physically capable of that. Guitar map C. So, trying to think of topics. Well, I should be selling some Libre booted X200s soon, but what's the purple line at the bottom? What purple line? I'm confused. Is there a purple line on the bottom of something? Check on the progress here. So, artifacts from my crappy CPU and thermal throttling guitar map C. I'm telling you, this is a Core 2 quad. That's like top of the line 2008. Even though it is running at 70 degrees Celsius, which is a little bit high, but it's definitely within the thermal range. I would imagine it'd be my terrible Wi-Fi instead of the CPU, but um, I don't know. More core boot videos. I actually did recently finally show out the money for a battery that'll work in a T or W530. So I'm probably gonna make that video. I would do a T420, but I think the like replacement part system I actually got unlucky this time, and it actually has a dead motherboard, but it says is. Pretty sure it has a 1600 by 900 panel though, so that's good at least. And it came with a 8 GB RAM DIMM. Well, good night, Alex. Okay. Lou Jezza says, yo, how are the prices of old model ThinkPads these days? They seem a little bit cheaper, actually. I haven't been able to find another alternative to the Goodwill place for getting really cheap parts ThinkPads. I'd say the X60 and T60 are starting to get harder to find. I might do another build of those at some point, but I've kind of covered those, I feel like, quite a bit. And I'm not a huge fan of working on the T400, but I do have an extra T500 I was going to save for a potential quad core build. I typically pay less, like that T420 I bought was $40, but I think it has a dead motherboard, but that's not too much of a concern, since I have to take it apart anyways to put core boot on it. Yeah, let's see what else is on here. So, man, trying to think of interesting topics here. What do you guys think of, I guess, scroll saw videos? I guess I also have a miter saw. Most of those stuff is made from scrap wood or wood that's been laying around, so I'm not quite sure how many of those I can make. Okay, I'll talk about the coronavirus. I don't know too much about Brexit. In terms of tech stuff, it just made me a little bit scared of ordering things from China, which has kind of put my hardware videos at a little bit more of a standstill than usual. But I am not horribly concerned about it. I mean, it seems like the worst estimates, even by people that are a little bit on the paranoid side of things, seem to compare it to Spanish flu at the worst, and that's at the worst, and that's a little bit high. But I don't know. I mean, I'm kind of just imagining SARS 2.0 on that. So I wouldn't like to be in China right now, though. I think Wuhan has actually quite a bad quarantine, and the Chinese government is kind of doing that regular censorship sort of thing, so it's kind of hard to tell. Severin says, Trip, why did you play the violin like a guitar? Well, it's an electric violin, and I don't know, I kind of wanted to play guitar, but I never actually learned a guitar. I know how to play violin, so I figured, well, what if I can just play violin like a guitar? It actually did sound better with the pick, which I just used a quarter, but whatever. I could play like a small amount of bar tab sort of things on a guitar with a lighter. I'm pretty bad. Okay. So the chosen one says there's officially 10K confirmed in China. It's confirmed in UK, France, Russia, Sweden, and Germany now. I guess it's talking about the coronavirus. iClicksin says, why don't you daily drive Gentoo? Mainly compile times. I have installed it on the X220 before, but I use AX200 as my main system. It's actually rendering my video right now. Base says hi, Trip, and I'll say hi back. I would be a little bit more careful due to that virus, but I wouldn't, think it's the end of the world or anything. But, I don't know much about that. Not a virologist. Guitar Mat C says, okay, I am not doing that. Thiago STX Sierra just says a smiley face. So, yeah, at the moment, I guess I could still probably sell a few X200s. I was thinking about doing a video kind of in the filler time before I managed to find another T420 part system that I clicked in and says, I warned people that Corona is a shitty beer. Well, I'm actually not much of a fan for Corona, so, but those are not related, but rather than by name. I do kind of like the pictures of Corona Chan, though. I think they're done a little bit better than Ebola Chan back in the day. Well, I was thinking about doing like sort of a extreme budget system build where I just use only parts that I've found on the side of the road in the past or at a recycling center for free. So I don't know if that'd be interesting as like kind of a filler video. Maybe just make something on like URXVT and maybe like I guess bash profiles, but a little bit more complicated. I don't know. Lucas Azert says, "What are your thoughts on Hackintoshes?" Um, well, I do like them better than Macintoshes, but not really a fan of Mac OS X. I've never really used it. Don't really see much of a reason to use it, and Nemo has been found. Says, "I like your hair." Well, thanks. Clockcat Frickson says, "Why do you think people buy crappy MacBooks when they could do everything on a ThinkPad with Linux?" Well, my main thing where I can kind of get the appeal if you're not really a computer user. By that, I mean you just use it as a outlet to the web. And I mean, what I don't understand is why they actually often kind of use Mac OS X. I understand that it's Unix based, and I imagine it's a little bit better than Windows 10 for development, but I just can't imagine typing on that keyboard for a long period of time. Look, I am very picky on keyboards, so like I can actually, I don't know if it's in my head or not, but I can notice a difference between the T400 and X200 and T420 versions, but that isn't hugely significant. I think it's more of a reliability thing more than a actual user experience one in terms of typing quality. Well, Nika saw me on 4chan. Congratulations, I guess. Mr. Bonk 500 says, whenever I start making my space computers, I will donate one to you. Huh. Gonna have to look that up. I'm still a little bit confused on looking it up. Chef Geoffrey Excellent says Apple products are nice because they come pre-made and are quote unquote known good. Well, hopefully that's going to change with some of the right to repair things. I believe Apple has gotten a little bit. Well, actually, they've always been horrible at repair, but I don't like the idea that they're trying to legislate that and keeping some of their tools kind of concealed. But I haven't really. I used to pay attention to it quite a bit when Rossman was first talking about it, but I haven't been following it at the moment. Guitar Matt C says, when am I going to shave my head and join the leagues of Luke Smith and DistroTube? Well, I think I would look like a Asian monastery member if I shaved my head, so probably not. Maybe if I'm 50 or 60. I don't know how old DistroTube is. I always imagined him being in his late 40s, though. Hopefully I'm not insulting him there. iClicksin says, I use Mac OS as a secondary OS. Sometimes I need to program a program that is not natively available on GNU/Linux, and I don't want to always use Wine. Well, I mean, I can understand that. It is a better alternative than Windows 10, at least. What I feel like more support has been coming to Linux in recent years, though. So there is probably an alternative program you could learn, and unless it's something like AutoCAD or something equivalent to one of those very industry specialized things. What do you say as in free as in time? Was Rossman. Okay, well, I am waiting on rendering, so maybe you do have a point there, but it's more of the fact that I am a little bit too stubborn to use anything that is later than a Core 2 Duo or a Core 2 Quad. And, I did actually learn quite a bit on, writing scripts and FFmpeg and things like that just by spending some of my time. So, I honestly feel like if you're in that free as in time camp, you haven't really, you're not much of a very interested in programming and things like that. And keep in mind, Louis Rossman is more into motherboard repair and his business sort of thing than I imagine he is in terms of learning how to program C or C++, but or something similar to that. But I mean, that's just a personal opinion, I guess. Chef Geoffrey Excellent says, I just mean they are easygoing for a non-computer person to pick up and use, don't need to mess around. I understand that, but I still feel like they're actually overpaying by quite a bit, especially if you consider thermal throttling, and I think they still even sell a dual-core processor in the year of our Lord 2020. So, I mean, I can probably get better performance for less than $100, but and that isn't really being much of a non-computer person. I imagine for the price of a new MacBook, you could get a probably W530 with like 16 or 32 gigabytes of RAM. And if you wanted something smaller, you could try and get a T420 with a quad core and then have $800 to save on something else, or 900 even. Weirdly though, in terms of laptops, it seems like Louis Rossman, I mean, he always likes, he seemed to like ThinkPads quite a bit. Not quite sure if it's still the same. Guitar Matt C says shaving head Oh, okay, I'm not gonna say that. Unix are weird. Not Unix, but Unix with a EU. Um, Louis Rossman just went to right to repair hearings in Maine and Washington, says the chosen one. Well, I'm glad. I believe the right to repair should be more enforced, and I believe that Apple's probably been screwing over third-party repair companies. So ZS says, is there a reason the X60 and X200 are way more expensive than 400s and 500s? Are the latter not always Weaver bootable? The site says they are. They pretty much are. I believe. Well, I don't think I think there might be a T500 with like ATI graphics. I might be wrong about that, but I think you can still Weaver boot them. The problem is, I think with that is, if you look at, I don't think there's as many made. For example, they were kind of, I imagine, more expensive back in the day. You'd have to double check that. And if you think of the specs for the T400, rather than the socketed CPU, you have the option of a 1440 by 900 or a 1280 by 800, and then they're carrying around a laptop with less of battery life. But and the T500 is quite big. I'm actually on one right now. I like it because it's quad coreable and has access to higher resolutions. Bonk 500 says you can find a copy of the Sucks ISO manual on my website, bonk.xyz. I might check it out. I'm surprised you can get a domain name that cheap for 4 letters, but I don't know how much money you paid for that. I know the .xyz domain names are a little bit less inexpensive. I need to catch up on comments really quick though, Mr. Bonk 500. Jeff Geoffrey Excellence. I'm not quite sure which system you're referring to by saying they're trash. I get why non-tech people buy them. A lot of them are fashion chasing. Well, okay, it has to be Apple. You use the fashion or /FA sort of comment. Mike Clickson says you should make a cosplay Pips Patreon. I don't really want to, particularly. I'd also have to order like stuff from China and wear it. And I feel like I'm gonna avoid China and Chinese products for a month or two until this SARS thing or SARS 2.0 Corona edition blows over. That almost sounds like a Mac OS X release. Mac OS X Corona, you know? It's a very beautiful name for an OS X operating system or a deadly virus. The chosen one says, yeah, he still has a ThinkPad. Well, that's good. Cool. Is distro playing a thing? Says Watto Almorada. I assume the chosen one was referring to Louis Rossman. Like dressing is your favorite distro. Okay. So what do I have to dress like to be Debian? Like okay, old packages and very stable. It sounds very not like some cosplay outfit, I'd imagine. Oh God, Chef Geoffrey Excellent says that I like Arc, by the way. I dress like Arc, by the way. I'm just imagining a very, no offense, like the old pictures where they photoshopped, like, I think Boogie 2988 or something underneath the Arc logo. Guitar Matt C says, I'm an Arc user. I cross-dress as Debian sometimes. Chef Geoffrey Excellent, dressing like Gen 2. Just wrap yourself in cotton. You have to compile your own fabric. Okay, that one got me to laugh a little bit. Mr. Bonk 500 says, I paid about $1 for that domain. Well, that's actually pretty good. Maybe I should get like a 2-letter .xyz domain or something. Chef Geoffrey Excellent says, SAR2 Corona Blue. Well, I'm gonna go have some Mountain Dew with the SAR2 Corona Boogaloo thing happening. I don't know what a trad wife is, Guitar C Matt, but Clickson says the Debian is lesbian OS. I'm not quite sure if there's any demographics checks on that. Debian equals Satania. I don't know who Satania is. Severin says, well, he just says at Awato Marata I toddlers beat TFO. You know, oddly, I'd have had interest in getting like a G4 Quicksilver so I could mess around with PowerPC architecture on something that isn't horribly outdated. I mean, that is horribly outdated, but isn't, you know, a Pentium M at 1.6 gigahertz in performance. Maybe something 2 Pentium M's. At least that's like a Core 2 Duo, right? Maybe I could use it as a server. Put NetBSD or OpenBSD on it. I'm not going to buy a case, mainly because I'm not a huge fan of the look of that case. The RAM limitation is what gets me at 1.5 gigabytes. I think you guys mean GNU/Debian, says the Red Tech engineer. I don't know particularly. I think it would be Debian GNU/Linux. Because they have Debian/NetBSD using, or at least that was a in development project. They did actually have a release of Debian/FreeBSD. Here, let me make sure my laptop's plugged in. It is rendering at quite the 100% CPU usage. I actually noticed the X200 processors seem to run a little bit cooler than the X200S ones, but I think that's because the heatsink size. But if you get one of the low voltage X200S ones, it runs at like, you can get it running at like 36 to 50 degrees Celsius. One of those is full load and the other's idle. I do go on G occasionally. I haven't been on quite as much recently, but I still was on it today, I guess this morning. I was kind of busy this morning, though. Or at least busy with a video. Not quite sure if that's busy overall. Satania is the iToddlers BTFO meme. Look that up really quick. Satania. Oh, I've seen this. Did not know it was called Satania. That's kind of funny. Chef Geoffrey Excellent says Puppy Linux is the best you all know. It's true. Isn't it based off like Debian Squeeze, or did they update it or something? I haven't used Puppy Linux in a long time. I think the last time was like when I was comparing it to like damn small Linux and I guess TinyCore, and I kind of thought TinyCore was the best out of those minimal distros, or not minimal as in like Gen 2 where you have to compile everything, but like specifically designed for like Pentium 2s and really old computers like that. Even though I guess you could compile Gen 2 specifically for that, but I would have to use this CC or something. Mr. Bonk 500 says he will be porting Gen 2 to socks. You know, I need to figure out what that is. I designed my own CPU instruction set called sucks. Oh my god. How are you gonna get this fabbed? So like for like an FPGA? Oh my god. There's actually quite a bit of documentation on this if you check out Mr. Bonk's site. This might be a little bit over my head to just glance over in a live stream. I mean, I have messed around with a little bit of assembly, but I didn't really get any farther than FizzBuzz before I just decided to write something in C instead. Okay. Chef Geoffrey Excellent says, I actually used Hannah Montana Linux for a week to annoy my girlfriend. Oh my god. I installed that one time. It was quite entertaining to say the least. You know, but it's essentially just Ubuntu 14 plain riced to Hannah Montana style. Kind of a little bit weird. You know, I'm kind of glad sometimes joke distributions exist. Oh god, how long is this recording here? Let's see how much time. It's running at 1/3 speed, and it's been 17 minutes. How long have I been live streaming? Maybe it's been running a bit faster than 1/3 speed. Girl. Oh my god. Okay. Mr. Bonk 500 says it's actually very simple. Mr. Bonk 500. Even though a CPU instruction set may be very simple, and even if it is very similar to the 6502, I don't think I can just glance over it and talk about it with any sort of like actual knowledge in a live stream. Like, I mean, you have like it. I mean, I could probably read this and go through it at some point. It's a 64-bit CISC instruction set architecture. ISA that was designed to be very simple, easy to understand. Our goals include creating stocks include 100% totally free ISA. So is it kind of like just the 6502 but 64-bit? That's kind of cool. Suitable for implementing in hardware, not just emulation. It's very simple, assembly language level, very low transistor count. Huh. You know, if it is actually very similar to 6502, that's you know, not a bad idea. I'd have to look more into it before I can talk much more than like a quick overview, but it's an interesting project. Aaron Lippincott says, are you in a band? Well, I've kind of wanted to be in one at some point, but you know, I didn't really go down that route in my life. I just started making tech videos online and doing university. Yeah, these are just normal cigarettes. Gotta do the lighter shake. Just B Drenny says you work in a career. I'm a little bit confused about that. I'm still in university. At the moment, I'm just enrolled in the community college. I was enrolled at Texas A&M, but I'm just clearing up some credits. So I should be back there this summer. It's my senior year, and I need 2 communications courses, and one's a prerequisite for the other. So I decided to do that. Have anyone used Astra Linux, the FBI special Linux? No, I haven't. I've been thinking it'd be kind of fun to play around with Red Star Linux due to the whole file tracking sort of system. It seems kind of interesting to me. Aaron Latincott says smoking is bloat. I will say smoking is very and heart disease inducing and things like that. Not quite sure it's bloat, but smoking is non-free. Well, yeah, that's true as well. Maybe I should start smoking open source cigarettes. Open source, maybe. I don't know. Mr. Bonk 500 says, I've written an emulator for sucks. Huh. Well, I'm not quite sure a 1940s dictator's advice is a great way to live life, but yeah, it's not healthy. Anyways, let's change topics here. The Militant Penguin says, what are you studying? What do you hope to do when you graduate? Well, I am a MIS major and cybersecurity minor. MIS is Management Information Systems. It's databases and kind of business stuff. I overall kind of regret my degree choice. Looking back on it, I'm probably going to actually study something I like for graduate school. I mean, if, I do actually have decent enough grades for that, so I was thinking cybersecurity. It is pretty interesting. Like, the most enjoyable classes out of the MIS major for me were the networking, as in computer networking classes, not the business and communicating to management ones. So I feel like overall it was not a complete waste of time, but I quite enjoyed the programming courses I took from the comp sci department for the cybersecurity minor more than I did enjoy the in major courses. I do have one plant, the Red Tech Engineer. I'm not quite sure what it is though. Someone gave it to me. And I don't think you could smoke it. It kind of resembles some sort of well, I don't know what it is. It looks like a vine sort of thing. It's weird looking. It's all the way over there, so I'm not going to grab it. But apparently you don't have to water it that often, which is good because Texas and it lives in a shed. So, Dewey Jones says, how old am I? Well, I am 21. So, yeah, I don't know. I did graduate high school early, but it seems like I'm spending an extra year in college, so I guess that kind of evens out. Chef Joffrey Excellent says, did you read my message about the server machine you were messing with? I have not. I haven't been on Discord today. Trip code, do you like maths? Not talking about calculus specifically. The most math-related thing I actually enjoyed doing was I enjoyed making data structures, I guess, even though I much preferred doing other things with programming. But it was enjoyable. I did a digital electronics course in high school. Not quite sure that qualifies as math. In terms of math, I kind of probably stopped enjoying it once, I don't know, maybe around, I just haven't really, I mean, I'm good at it. I'm not bad at math, but I'm just not particularly that interested in it because it's very abstracted. And I feel like you can repeat a lot of the things in math with a Turing machine. So if you don't know about that, pretty much I'm saying just a computer. But I see its purpose. If I have to do more math courses, it would probably be due to me considering doing computer visualization as a degree, but I'd only do that if I was doing it in a course like at A&M, which has it based off learning OpenGL and the actual kind of I guess, math behind it and programming, not necessarily the, whole 3D modeling aspect. Dewey Jones says you are very knowledgeable for computers for a 21-year-old. Well, thanks. And thanks for the compliment too, Aaron Lippincott. CA8620 says, I do have a random question. I don't know if I don't know how to respond to that within YouTube's sort of guidelines. I apologize, but I don't know. I mean, that's kind of weird. I think it'd be a more interesting discussion to talk about AI in 20 years, but I'm not quite sure if it'll ever get to that point within our lifetimes. But it's definitely good at doing certain tasks such as identifying faces and other things that might make a draconian world possible. But Burnsy 3210 says, oh, I guess I don't know what the delay is. So sorry, I'm not quite sure what you're saying yup to. If hopefully I got that right. I'm a Texan, need to say yup. Ain't that true, damn it. What are some things you like or dislike about OpenBSD, says American Mutt. Well, I feel like some of the stuff is a lot easier to set up. I like that it's kind of security focused, but some of the things I don't like is, even though I would say at this point it is usable for a laptop or desktop, it is not as convenient. And even though it does have a lot of things in the ports tree, it lacks the sheer number of binary packages. It does seem like its implementation of Zorg is actually a little bit nicer for older graphics cards. I'm not quite sure if that's true with anything newer, and it's definitely not true with NVIDIA, I imagine. But I might try OpenBSD on a server next. Also another thing, I am more of a fan of the Linux file system, so that might just be due to familiarity. Make a terminal software for streaming, Ricardo Salmano says. Oh my god, I'm actually thinking of that. I mean, it's probably just going to be an FFmpeg script. Mr. Bonk 500, yes, you can do, it says, yes, you can do all the calculations with just a Turing machine. Yeah, therefore, math. I should learn more about computers, not math. Well, I mean, they're pretty related, but not that field of math. I don't like, I mean, I kind of abandoned ship at thinking of taking Calc 2. So, Moniker Handel says, please quit smoking. Yeah, I should probably quit smoking. Probably do it eventually, but it's like a 2 to 3 day thing of feeling like total shit. But I don't really want to talk about my smoking habit constantly. So, math on paper is eco bloat, says Ricardo Salmano. I would agree. There's plenty of things like Mathematica, and I've used that a long time ago. And I think Lisp was created based off math sort of thing. So I imagine there's definitely a lot of good alternatives to paper. I mean, I think the only professor I had that used latex was a mathematician. So, Chef Geoffrey Excellent says using Windows is worse than smoking, and I let people do that. That's oh my god. I mean, maybe in societal implications, but I'm just unhappy that people are okay with the. Oh, I mean, I guess 7 is I don't know if people are more upset with 7 than the Vista release. I hope they are, because Microsoft widely changed their business practices. It's something where I feel is even immoral compared to a lot of the previous actions by Microsoft. Are you planning on exploring OS 2 or maybe even Amiga OS? I have considered doing some stuff in Amiga OS. I'm not quite sure the reason to explore OS 2, but I did actually, kind of feel like if you go back in computer history, it was actually a better alternative to Microsoft Windows due to its I believe it had support for Windows 3.0. Maybe I'm wrong about that. I'm not an expert on that type of thing. Amiga OS is kind of interesting, though. There's also Arios, which is Amiga OS with Linux drivers, but I'm not quite sure if that's free software or not. I'd have to check. But AROS, which is the just typical x86 Amiga OS sort of thing, does seem quite interesting. I might give it a shot at some point. But it has very limited hardware support. Why is FFmpeg literally the best piece of software ever invented, says the Red Tech engineer. Not quite sure that's true. I think I'd go for like the C compiler or something like that, but to each his own. It's a pretty good piece of software. Oh my god, I'm taking too long with the comments. We need to catch up. Senizen, the whole reason I got into computers was so I could make them, oh my god, I have to scroll up, so I can make them do my math for me. Well, yeah, that's kind of a good reason to get into computers. But okay. So LaTeX is the de facto required if you want to publish math papers. Probably not going to do any math paper publishing. Closest I've got to was slight work on some sort of human interaction stuff with OpenCV. Okay. DistroTube says using Windows is akin to smoking crack rock. Alan Gomez says, are you planning on switching to Temple OS full time? No, I believe its main maintainer is a little bit on the second plane, which would be a good reason to not to switch, but also the lack of hardware support. But, maybe you should give that up for communication through the Oracle. Mr. Bonks 500 says he's talking about SUX-based computers again, which apparently is like some 6502 based. We'll have a bootstrapped assembler and a bootstrapped TinyCC 64-bit edition. That rest in peace, Windows 7, says Burnsy 3210. Well, the thing is, it wasn't absolutely horrible, but it wasn't that great either. Especially when they started that kind of Windows 10 agware for it. Aaron Lippencock, have you ever installed Debian chroot install? Yes, I have. Is it difficult? No, not really. It's about the same as an ARC installation. I use it for my install script. I don't actually use the normal installer. Lato Omorata, I'm fine with the hashtag upcycle Windows 7. I feel like it'd be in much better hands as a code base than in the hands of Microsoft. What is your preferred terminal emulator? Kitson says, I use URXVT. Probably not the best option, but it works. And it seems to be easy enough to set up. Windows 7 is garbage, says the Red Tech engineer. Why do people have such a hard-on for it? Windows Vista is what... Okay, I'm just ignoring that. Vista was just even worse UI. Chef, for excellence. Thanks for the stream trip. Doing logic truth calculations for something written in assembly, and I would love go insane with you. Much love. Logic truth calculations for something written in assembly. That's like some hard work. Lato Almorada says, based. What would your tips be for a more stable and experienced and rolling release distros? Karaki, I actually kind of avoid rolling release distributions, but I mean, I guess DistroTube is here, and I believe he uses Arc or some sort of rolling release. I'm generally a fan of just using testing packages on a non-rolling release thing like Debian. But DistroTube is probably more familiar with that, or Luke Smith. QRC says, what would be your tips? Oh, American Mott says, are people who know C++ able to read pure C code? Kind of. I did take a discrete C class, and I got a lot better at reading C code, but they are able to read it. They might not have the understanding of pointers, though, required for it. Ren Tristandella, the main developer at Temple OS, is the second one level of the simulation. Okay. Severin says, Trip, what do we do in 10 years when there's no more good old ThinkPads, non-chiclet? I'm thinking ARM SBC and custom mechanical keyboard, keeping the same. Yeah. DistroTube says Arco Linux. Huh, I haven't tried that. No, maybe I should try more distros. And also Manjaro has always done well for DistroTube as well. Burnsy3210 says 7 was peak Windows and where I gave my last farewell to Windows. I don't think 7 was the peak of it. Maybe Windows 2K. You have to imagine, though, it's just been the NT kernel just redone and redone and redone. I feel I might be wrong about that. I would say 7 was the last time I used Windows, but that was kind of quite a long time ago at this point. Chef Geoffrey Excellent says, has more/higher level libraries and is designed to run with modern stuff in mind, so it's more friendly for most things. So, I guess that's referring to app image. Well, American Mod, I can comment. Oh, actually, I could comment on how much harder it is to learn C++ than Python, but not necessarily Ruby. I wouldn't exactly say it's much more difficult in the actual learning process, but I will say if you're not used to debugging C++, you're going to have to learn how to debug seg faults a bit more, especially if you're making like data structures and things. The Chosen One says, in my C class for engineering, we have to use Visual Studio for labs and homework. That's quite bad. I've been in that position, but it was for a C# course. But if I just use the computer at the school library, oddly enough, because I don't really want to deal with VMs or things like that. I think a few times I use remote desktop, or I'm trying to remember what the software for that was called on Linux. I haven't used it in quite a while. I mean, I've used SSH for a lot of things, but I love C so much, says Zeph Geoffrey, but I would rather use C++ making anything. I would disagree with that comment, but it really depends on the scope of the project. I find C++ saves on development time by enough that it is worth using for larger things. I use a combination of the two for my video editor thing and Bash, the scripts. Okay, the Red Tech Engineer, Debian Herd. I guess they have USB now. I don't think that's quite usable. Clickson says, if you are into cybersecurity, you might want to go to the next Linux Security Summit. This year it'll be in Austin. I might actually. That does sound fun. Chef Geoffrey Excellent says, I was forced to use Visual Studio in college, but I said nah and used C++ and got highest marks in the class. Well, it depends how the stuff was graded. But yeah, I mean, I would much rather write something in C++ than C#, unless it has to deal with ASP.NET. That's a different story. I'd rather not deal with that altogether. Mike Marshall Nez says community code open source build a Visual Studio. Arc, by the way, everybody. I don't really like using Visual Studio. I just use Vim. Nostalgia says Arc is easy to install. I would agree with that. It isn't the absolute easiest to install, but it's easy. The Chosen One says, I'm going to skip that comment. It's not addressed to me. Nostalgia got to make it overly complicated like Gen 2. I would agree with some parts of that, but I feel like Gen 2 has its purposes, and it's actually quite nice if you consider the fact that everything itself is just completely compiled. So you can use make flags for everything, have it tailored to your specific CPU instead of and encourages you to make your own kernel. I guess you can use Gen kernel, but Lato Omerata, I hope that's some sort of weird programming, like sort of abstract thing that someone has come up with. Hey, Trip, says Phosphorus, what do you think about Ruby? I haven't tried Ruby, so I kind of really and user friendly. I mostly use C, bad wording. Not quite sure what you're referring to. I'm trying to catch up with the comments here. I've installed Gen 2 hard-end MUSL on a Raspberry Pi 4. Yeah, I mean, you could do it. I just find it being a bit slow for having to compile everything. I know you're probably capable of putting some sort of binary packages on it, but package source is pretty flexible on what it's running on, and that also kind of has a bunch of compile yourself packages. DistroTube says Linux greater than BSD, greater than Haiku, greater than pen and paper, greater than Herd. I really do not enjoy pen and paper. Depending on the application, I would say Linux has a lot more documentation out there than BSD. I haven't tried Haiku though, so and I haven't tried Herd, but I understand it hasn't been in good development since the 90s. And if you don't know what Herd is, it was their original microkernel design from GNU, and before they found Linux. Marshall Jimenez says, I just meant it's not a hustle to get that running on Arc. It's just a command away. I'm not quite sure what that's referring to. The Red Tech Engineer, oh man, ranking BSD above Haiku. Apparently he's breaking DistroTube's heart. Chef Geoffrey Excellent says, BSD is cursed for me. I don't think it's cursed. It's pretty easy to use, especially if you're familiar with like Linux already. I mean, they are different, but they do share a lot of user interface similarities and a lot of shared software at the top. But that's more of I guess things like getting a Windows manager and Zorg and things like that. But Haiku can't even capture audio yet. Did not know that, DistroTube. I actually haven't tried Haiku on anything. If you don't use Linux from scratch, you don't know anything, says Nostalgia. DistroTube says, lol, you take it over Herd. American Mutt says OpenBSD is the BSD that makes BSD look any good, to be honest. I don't know. I like NetBSD's portability, but it is actually severely lacking in binary packages. Ethan says, trip code, please hack me. Okay, just post your pre-shared authentication key in chat or something. I don't know. Maybe you don't use those. Not quite sure how you'd post that on chat. Just post like your root passwords for all your servers. And I'm sure someone on here will have the time to. Or just run rm/rf or something. But that'd be kind of lame. Multi-use is bloat, says DistroTube. Marshall Jimenez says, love to catch you live, Trip, and nice seeing you around these parts. DT, I'm logging out. Keep it real, everybody. Mr. Bonk 500 used diskcc to make portage more bearable. You know, I've thought of trying to do something with diskcc before. It does seem like I could have like a very optimized Gen 2 on, you know, some old computer that would otherwise have a hard time running Linux. Ethan says, damn, there's a huge delay. I'm also slightly behind on comments, Ethan. I'm trying to catch up. Okay, Duffman, are you ever going to switch to ST? You mean like the Suckless terminal? Probably not at the moment. DistroTube says just use Xterm like a normie. I use URXVT. Works so okay. Geoffrey Excellent says GNU kernel is bloat. Ethan says Vim and Emacs is bloat. Nano is the least bloat. You know, if you're going by that logic, why not just use some sort of line editor from like the 1960s or 70s or something? Oh yeah, and a VT100 like Mr. Bonk 500 says. Nostalgia says, I don't even use a compiler because it's too bloat for me to handle. So, I mean, do you just like type in the, do you at least use like a assembler or something? Or do you just, like, you know, type in a bunch of hex code sort of things? iClickSim says, what do you think of Google wanting to bring Android closer to the mainline Linux kernel? I'd actually support that because Android is hackable, but it's very limited. And if that does happen, that means that phones like projects like, I'm trying to remember what the, not Sailfish OS. Am I thinking of the right? No, I'm not. But someone had there was some sort of phone distribution that had very limited support, mainly because of the lack of drivers. So I feel like that would improve that situation. Did anyone rewrite Portage in C? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. You could use ED, Ethan, says Lato Omrahada. I would agree. You should use ED. Oh, it's too unbloated. Oh, you can't have things both way, Ethan. You should just use, you know what? You shouldn't even use that. I mean, you already have, like, Echo on your system, right? Well, why do you need an editor? Just type out everything in a terminal with that and, like, echo it into a file. And oh yeah, and you could use cat to read files and just like pipe it into less or something. There, you already have those. You don't need ED. You don't need Nano. Nostalgia says I do the binary calculations manually for it in my head because computers are too bloat for it. Okay. Chef. Oh, Awk. Nano is bloat. Huh. You know, haven't you? Let me to look something up, see if I have time. You know, I've used sed and I've used grep and bash scripts, but I don't think I embarrassingly haven't used awk. Huh. Weird. The red tech engineer says ED again. American Mutt, just use your brain for computing. You are literally born with, therefore lacking bloat. You know, neurons don't really function the same way as computers, so there's a lot more room for error. American Mutt says it comes with anything you can imagine. I'm a little bit confused for that. DistroTube says awk is only bloated if you use GNU awk or gawk. Matt H. More is what you actually want. Cat is for concatenation. I mean, I guess. I mean, you can use it to read things, though. Ethan says, do you use Python for anything, trip code? The last thing I had to use Python for was for, I think I was just messing around with Coinbase's API, and they didn't really have anything in C++. Sorry I missed your joke, Chef. Chosen ASCII and Unicode or bloat. I use EBCDIC. I don't even know what that is. I hate it when I don't know where something is. It's kind of embarrassing. And I guess I could just pretend to know it, but I'm going to Google search it or DuckDuckGo it or whatever. I hope they lose that trademark lawsuit, though, for Googling it. I mean, I guess they already won it, but it could happen again. Oh, God. So EBCDIC is an extended binary code decimal interchange code. It's an 8-bit character encoding used on IBM mainframes, such as the AS400. Man. Well, I'm not quite sure. It has like the same amount as ASCII, it seems, for a char. Not quite sure you're saving anything. It's just an outdated standard. Spectre WM, the new i3, says American. Honestly, I've just kind of kept with i3 for quite a long time, and DistroTube says i3 is my least favorite. Loaded as hell and kind of buggy. Maybe it's just because I run Debian stable, but I haven't had any issues with i3. The only things that, I had one issue, and that's occasionally where the bash sort of stuff you can put in there isn't necessarily interpreted correctly, so I have to create a secondary script to call from i3. But I don't. I mean, it has all the features I use. It works. I'm kind of just happy with it. If it stops working, I'll switch to something else. iQuickson says, have you read about IBM's recent change of CEO? No, I have not. Chef says, I haven't had any issues with i3 either. Most you could say I broke it once, but it was my fault. Out of curiosity here, let's see if this is done rendering. Nope. So I typically do these over 2 days. I render everything and then I go to sleep. But I filmed the video this morning, so now I'm going to be sitting here. I also filmed a lot more footage than I do normally, so it's going to be a bit different. But soon I'll have my NCurses video editor, video up. And I added a new function today. It can now accelerate video feeds. Like increase the speed by dropping frames. Isn't that like amazing? That feature. I'm pretty sure you could do that on VHS stuff back in the day. Oh God, am I actually losing the film in terms of features? American Mutt says the problem with i3 is that it's written in Python and all the Arc plus i3 anime wallpaper memes. Okay, there's actually been one Windows manager I've considered switching to, and it's MCWM. Posted a link in the chat. It makes DWM look like bloat. So, yeah, I don't know. I might give that a shot. Well, DWM is less than 2,000 lines of C, says DistroTube. Hey, my video editor is less than 2,000 lines of C. I'm not quite sure it's considered beautiful since it's still like going through bug fixing and some code has to just be changed. Oh God, 5,000 lines of Haskell. I don't think I've actually programmed Haskell. American Mutt says you don't even need Zorg. You know, since DistroTube here, there was a question I wanted to ask him. On one of his live streams quite a while ago, DistroTube stated that he, in response for Windows managers, he wouldn't ever try that, but people asked him to try or something like that. I want to you listed 3 of them. I want to know what Windows managers you wouldn't even like look at them, or have enough to install, or have enough motivation, I guess, to even try them out. They were all like really obscure things or things like that. So I'm kind of curious. Not quite sure what the delay here is. Go to keep Linux kawaii, or else it can't be used, says Nostalgia. I don't. LOC is not important in and of itself. Code quality is. Yeah, I mean, I would agree with that, Fostrum. I'd rather have like, well, I mean, I guess, I could just write a script to just remove all the enters from anything I write in C, so it's all in one line. But I think people would hate me for that. Oh, I don't even think you just have to use like a line editor. So might just be one command to make everything one line. But I'd much rather have something written in C than Python, to be serious. Because even like if you have like a program that's like 20 lines of Python and 60 lines of C, the C code's probably going to be the winner, since it's A-compiled and it's written without objects, which kind of makes it just a little bit more efficient when you're forced to use pointers and things like that. Honestly, C strings are probably a little bit harder to do the type of like text scripting sort of thing a lot of people use Python for. So, but the code would run much, much faster. I would probably just use, I mean, I guess you could use a string library, or you could re-implement everything, I don't know why you did that, though. Is this fake news? Says the chosen one. Romania develops coronavirus vaccine able to cure white people only. I probably. That sounds very, very fake. I'm not like an expert on genetics, but people that do have white skin color come from various different descents. And it's not, no offense to Romania, but I don't really want to get too much into politics, but I don't believe Romania is at the forefront of many things in terms of virology and development of vaccines. And also that would probably, I don't know, that's just weird. Don't know where you're getting your news from. Maybe it's a site that starts with a 4 and has 5 letters. Sorry about that. Didn't mean to insult you there, but I actually used to write in the really annoying way with C where there's only an enter after parenthesis before the curly bracket, but now I write like a normal human. 5K lines is my record. Okay. Is it like one file? Like even I typically don't like 5K lines in a file. I mean, you should break it up. Headers exist for a reason. But Chef Geoffrey, I don't know. God, I'm getting really behind again. Sorry about that diatribe there. Import Windows, import window. Okay, I'm just gonna ignore that. My 2-lock WM, 2-line of code. Beautiful minimalism. Why not Joule? Horribly expensive, kind of the Apple of nicotine alternative products. Nostalgia, imagine not writing your own kernel. Okay, I haven't wrote my own kernel. My comp sci friend has. My window manager will be Electron based, says DistroTube. Huh, Electron based. Man, I don't. Oh God, I just remembered what Electron is. That's horrible. Sorry about that. I kind of just do everything in C and C++. I did used to vape, but then they had that scandal, and I kind of just switched to cigarettes. Probably not good. So, like, I know I'm gonna, increase my chance of cancer from this. But I don't really want to talk about nicotine again. Andrew Merrick says, "Yo, Ethan, I'm saying the same thing." Oh, and just for the record, DistroTube is joking about the Electron Windows manager. Chef Geoffrey Excellent says, "Headers bloat." What do you just like concatenate all the files together? I guess you could do that, but I don't really like headers that writing headers that much. But it is nice for larger projects when you need to be reminded of, oh my God, I wrote this function like 6 months ago. I'm mainly referring to like I had to look at my C++ music video generator library, and I'm glad I wrote a header for that. So Raymond says, "Hey Tripcode, I'm thinking of buying a ThinkPad for LibreBoot. Would you recommend a T400 or X200 for experience?" God, I'm selling X200s. It's gonna be hard to make a non-biased answer. So it depends how much money you want to pay, and are you doing it yourself, or are you just gonna buy one that's pre-made? And do you need a secondary drive, and are you okay with carrying around a T500 and the lack of battery life if you're willing to do the work for that? Because with the T500, and actually with the T400, I believe you can do the quad core mod, even though I did attempt that on a T400 board at some point and was not successful. So, but I've heard success from that. Raymond says, "Going to do it myself, no secondary drive." Have you done it before? And what's your level of, I guess, technical experience when it comes to disassembling and reassembling stuff, and I guess Linux sort of things, flash ROM, that type of thing? And like, pretty much, are you capable of have you taken apart a laptop before and rebuilt it? That's kind of what I'm just asking. Trip, what got you into 4chan and Linux? Well, Linux I've actually been using off and on since right around 4th or 5th grade. And that's because my dad used it, and I got a netbook gift once, and it was that or Windows XP, and I had Ubuntu on it. So kind of messed around with programming, and I found out it's a lot easier to install libraries on Linux. So I pretty much used it off and on. I used to play video games when I was that age, so it's just a little bit disappointing for that at the time. Keep in mind, 4th grade was over. Man, making me feel, actually, at least a decade. Yeah, I don't know how many years. But either way, though, Windows 7 kind of had that nagware thing for Windows 10, and I wasn't super focused on the privacy aspect, but the lack of control that you lost from Windows 7 to 10 was so much to the point where I just didn't want to deal with it. And since I didn't really play video games at the time, because that was kind of around the end of high school, freshman year of college, I did switch to well, then just switched to running Linux. I think I ran Ubuntu 14.04 or 16.04, not quite sure, with Crunchbox for a bit. Eventually, I switched to not Crunch. I tried Crunchbox or Crunchbang plus first. Then I just switched to Ubuntu with OpenBox, and then I switched to Debian with Mate, and then I eventually switched to Debian with i3 and kind of just stuck with that for many years. So, I was on R9K when I was in high school. Not gonna lie about that. 4chan, always been on Reddit along when I was that age, like 4th grade, 6th grade, that type of thing. Eventually kind of got sick of it. It got even worse after I don't know, I either got sick of it or grew out of it. There's still like some okay subreddits, but once they changed its CEOs and kind of started forcing a mobile interface on everything, and that kind of made me stop using the site altogether. But yeah, I'm not gonna be offended if you use Reddit or something, or I don't. It also kind of what's interesting about 4chan is that it have a less sort of, I guess, it's much harder to actually like censor content for better or worse. So I do kind of find that valued attribute, even though it does kind of result in a lot of nonsense. The Red Tech Engineer says, already got Minix running on my Intel CPU. I run it twice. Oh, American Mutt says, Linux is bloated. Use Minix. Hey, I don't have Minix running right now on my computer. I can proudly say that. Chef says, with your server setup, water cool it or add quiet fans, because that board and CPU combo is likely to die from heat. From my experience. Oh God, I'm like halfway. I'm not even quite sure I'm gonna do that like Quicksilver thing just so I can experiment with PowerPC stuff. Like I have a Sun Ultra 80. I do have to buy some parts for it, but that Ultra Spark system, I know it's quiet. I know it's relatively durable, and trust me, like running like an $80,000 setup in 1999 is a little bit more cooler than running a, Quicksilver. And I even then get to be like, oh, I could even talk to the Apple users that are very price focused and be like, oh, hey, you bought a $10,000 MacBook? Well, hey, take a look at my Ultra 80. This retailed for more than like the price of a sports car when it's loaded up with all quad-core Ultra Spark CPUs. No, and that's when people stop talking to me, probably, if I said that. But anyways, though, I find that a little bit cooler. So I will eventually. I've been also looking for like a cheap IBM power system, like an IntelliCenter or something like that, but I haven't been able to find one of those. So that would actually be more interesting and more useful, I believe, as a server. But if I do end up doing the Quicksilver video, I will probably be like the poor man's Talos and just end up cramming a Quicksilver with some aftermarket heat sinks into a 1990s case of some sort. Not channel related, Ethan. Sorry. Menhe Quick says 4chan is BS. They block Tor servers. Don't even allow you to have the real anonymity. 8chan was the best. I've used 8chan a little bit. There's also kind of the whole, user base sort of situation. I don't know if 8chan used to have more users, but when I tried it, it was much slower. Lato Ola Morada says cough still alive though. Oh man, what country are you in? American Mutt says we ever upload server content. I have actually uploaded, I think, 2 server videos. I mean, that's only like, I guess 1 out of 40. I think I have about 80 videos. That was I made one on I think the last one I made was just how to set up like a relatively secure kind of Apache server sort of deal. And I mean, there wasn't a whole lot of interest in it. Maybe it's just because a lot of people started using like Nginx and things like that. And looking into it, and I think Guitar Matt, don't know if he's still here. Foxgrim, good night, by the way. Did tell me, did actually show me some stuff on the performance of multi-threaded, or not multi-threaded, but multi-request stuff on Nginx versus Apache. And even though I don't have much of a workload enough to actually require that, it did make me consider switching, but there's one reason I was thinking of staying with Apache. By the way, this is a huge diatribe from I made an Apache pre-shared authentication video, fail to ban sort of setup thing. And I did one time make a video on my kind of website auto-generator blog markup code thing. I mean, it probably could have been done in just completely in Bash, but I used ++ for it. Looking back on it, I'd probably write it differently now. Essentially, it was just something that took HTML templates, inserted the text in the right places, and then uploaded and then handled the file linkage in the HTML for like links and things from one area to another, then updated the redirect and the homepage sort of thing. So yeah, and I used rsync for it to kind of just get everything on my site and not actually have to deal with SSH each time. But yeah, I mean, those are the only server videos I've done, I think. Side question, Chef says, side question, am I the only freak who can only code on mechanical keyboards? Oh, well, maybe. I mean, I did own a like IBM Model M13. I mean, at this point, I mainly just use ThinkPad keyboards, which aren't mechanical, but I kind of like them because, at least well, for a while, like my favorite ThinkPad keyboard is probably the X60 one. And that's because I could type on it one-handed at maybe probably 30 words per minute. Not very fast, but I could type on it one-handed and do I3 key bindings and things. Just with one hand. I think my normal typing speed's like somewhere between like 70 and 80 words per minute. Not spectacular, not bad. Just, I guess, average for someone that spends a lot of time on computers. But speaking about mechanical keyboards versus like normal keyboards, I personally, like, for me, not speaking for everyone out there, I didn't really get much of an improvement from a layout that I was familiar with. Like, I think I actually got my fastest typing speeds on ThinkPad keyboards, but that's because I use them the most. Most of my keyboards I have are these like Wise keyboards that kind of look like a poor man's IBM Model M, and they're not mechanical, but they were cheap. They were $2 each, and I gradually, every time I sold a computer on Craigslist or something back in the day, I'd include one of those. So Yato Boy says HTML is bloat. Just use a text file. There's some degree of styling that I value in websites. Like, Not a whole lot. Mainly just like 2003. You know, I feel like that was the peak of it, about 2003. But American Mutt says that HTML is bloat, or text files are bloat. Just communicate with words. You know, I feel like if you're doing that over the internet, it'd be a little bit more annoying. Like, I'd hate to go to a site and just have it be a link to an MP3 file or something. Or, oh my God. Raymond says, you were talking earlier about the quad core mod, and I've looked it up, and it says it can ruin your motherboard. Is that what happened when you tried? Well, you know, I'm in a shed in Texas. It's hot. My computer's running at 75 degrees Celsius, and I'm currently on a T500 quad core, and it's at roughly 80% CPU load on every core, and it'll run like this for quite a while. I've had more issues with something randomly crashing because I've left the computer on for like 10 days in a row. I've actually had with the computer itself. So I believe if you do the mod correctly, it's not likely to break it. Not quite sure about the T400 because it probably has a smaller heatsink. You know, I could probably grab two heatsinks. Maybe I'll do a try again with the T400, but with quad core. But I actually did a video on that if you want to check it out. Floppy disks are bloat. I can store way more information for less mass with a Blu-ray, says Ethan. I mean, I do kind of like floppy disks, but I've been considering, like, mainly that was, I actually haven't worked with them before, really, before I did like a Pentium, tried to do a Pentium video, but it ended up, I had my new old stock power supply. I managed to get for like $10, decided to make the magic smoke. And I kind of put that on postpone for quite a bit. But Raymond, I will say though, it would make the computer for sure a bit more fragile because if you do break that solder connection while you're using it, it does kind of just kill the computer. Like you could probably fix it and resolder it, but it won't post. But you get 4 cores, and I use my T500 like a desktop, so American Mutt says, remember there is always too much bloat. I don't know. Maybe the bloat meme has gone too far. I kind of, with Mr. Bunk 500's comment, I kind of agree slightly. But the thing is, bloat is like an actual issue, especially with websites and things. Like, I can't stand JavaScript on websites. It is, I don't like it most of the time. There's maybe a few use cases for it, but it is kind of horrible when you can have a, you know, Bitcoin miner running on JavaScript on your computer just from loading a web page. That's a little bit extreme, you know. And then if you don't have JavaScript on some web pages, it won't even. Just 4chan saw the classic mode. I don't know, but it becomes impossible to use with some websites without JavaScript. Ethan says, "Are you switching to C++20 once it comes out?" You know, I'm probably just gonna use whatever compilers included with Debian or Debian testing. So, yeah. Once it has eventually moves to C++20, maybe, probably actually. I imagine backwards compatibility is going to be a thing. Mr. Bonk 500 says, my website is very low bloat. Yeah, his website is very low bloat. I thought it does look like a text file though, which I'm fine with. It's readable and easy to understand and convey. So the only thing I'd change, which is just personal preference, is just make a background color and change the text to green or white. But that's mainly because I like how terminals look. kind of, I feel like there's a slight reduction of eye strain involved as well. Like, I do enjoy less eye strain, and I noticed it's easier for me to read things that don't have white backgrounds when I'm like programming. So I don't know. Maybe that's a personal preference thing. Uh, American says, "Do you know any 4 channelers in real life?" Yeah, I do. It's kind of weird. Mr. Bond says no, it is written in HTML. Yeah, it does. Oh, yeah, that's why he's saying you should add the background color. Make it have night mode like an RMS's site. But yeah, that's just personal preference. It's your website. So okay, weird. I guess I finally caught up with live chat for a moment. First name, last name. Okay. My system is so low bloat, I only root in for my Kubuntu system with do they have Electron-based terminal emulators? I don't want that to. How many packages do I have installed? Do you want me to do it on here, or let me check? I have on this computer I have 1,355, and on the computer that's currently doing the rendering, I have 1,517. But I do a lot of programming stuff on there. So yeah, I don't know if package counts are a great way to measure things. Every once in a while, like, it is nice to get rid of some stuff you don't use at all that you maybe installed for like one thing and then haven't used it in like 3 months or 4 months. But they do actually have Electron terminal emulators as first name, last name, and CSS on that. I don't know why X defaults was that bad, but American says live streams are bloat. Just let us SSH into your machine and communicate through text files. Yeah, I'm good on that idea. I guess, like, what do I, like, set up user permissions for everything? Like, how do I just make like one chmod, like one set 777 sort of file where everyone can just kind of like write in? I feel like someone would delete it, or something like that. I'm not quite sure how you'd set up permissions. Chef Geoffrey Excellent says, when I need to remove stuff I haven't used in a long time, I just reinstall. Oh yeah, oh man, I need to update my script. If I updated my script, that actually isn't a horrible way to do it, but it turns out like I end up storing data from my old installations. So I have like a home installation within a home installation within a home installation at this point. Well, actually, no, only 2 layers of home installations. But I do have a backup of some other systems on my computer and disk images. It works out okay. So I ended up buying like a 2 terabyte solid state drive so I could just hoard data. I don't own that site though. I'm kind of tempted to do it. Oh, it's IRC. Huh. Yes. I've never really gotten into IRC chat. Maybe I should. I've used like Mumble before. I Quicksand says, "What do you make when you code?" I typically do something that interests me. Is that or makes my life easier, or potentially tries to make money? One of the three, even though the latter has not occurred yet, or for class. Uh, the first two, website generation, so I don't have to type up an HTML template for everything. That's something I wrote. Wrote a video editor because I got really pissed at Caden Live one day. That was done out of spite. I'm trying to think what else. Oh yeah, I wrote a video game back in the day, or a few of them, but that was because I was interested in those in like high school. I'm an undergrad, but I'm a senior, so yeah. I wrote like I wrote a video library sort of thing for editing or auto-generating music videos. Some like stupid stuff, like something just to make posters. I don't know, maybe I should program more things. One time I got very drunk and tried to write the worst interpreter in the world. The code kind of works, but I'm not willing to edit that code. Yeah, I'm trying to think here. I mean, typically, like, I kind of like building off the same project, so yeah, I don't know. One time I wrote a core boot X220 script, but I actually lost that. So, and I found out it wasn't really that much. Like, I think I could have done a better job on it if I was going to rewrite it. So, it's not that big of a deal. Might be able to recover it, but I actually own a KGPE D16, but it was shipped to me DOA, and yeah, not happy about that. I actually have to get my money back for it. Or actually, I don't think I did because I wanted a return, and I did. And then I got it for pretty cheap, like 60 or 70 bucks, and then the return shipping was like $30, and I was busy with other things, and kind of pissed me off. But I do own the Opteron processors and things like that for that setup, and 64 gigabytes of RAM. Maybe in the future, after the whole, SARS 2.0 virus thing blows over, a little bit paranoid about that. Maybe it's a bit irrational, not quite sure. The Red Tech engineer says, I store my important documents in temp. I store mine on backup drives, and then I moved. And after I moved, I can't find some of the backup drives. Ethan says, what's your senior project? Well, actually, I'm a super senior, but I actually finished my capstone project, which was really, 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 really lame. Like, it was C# and ASP.NET. I had to make I was on a team with 4 other people, and we had to make like some website with like a MySQL database for some restaurant. And yeah, essentially, I was the only one that could really program except for one other team member. And I ended up having him write the MySQL queries because I'm not a huge fan of writing MySQL queries. I can do them, but I really don't like doing them. So, or at least I used to be able to do them. I haven't messed with that in a while. So, yeah, not fun. I did most of the programming in the period of 3 days. Very little sleep. Yeah, not exactly fun. No one else did any programming, and they essentially just made PowerPoints for the capstone projects. And I made an A in the course. Not true for most of my teammates, but yeah. My senior project was a text editor written in Python. How do you think I feel, Trip? That's Chef. I'm very sorry that has happened. You know, like, I mean, there is some Oh God, it just sounds unfun. Like, there's literally no point to it. Like, did you at least use like some sort of GUI thing, or like at least there's more of a point? And if you're gonna write a text editor, why would you choose? Ah, God. Oh, proverbial. Sorry about that. It's a little bit bad. Proverbial potatoes is the best place to store important documents. By the way, that's not my T500. That is my Wi-Fi connection or Ethernet bridge to Wi-Fi in a shed. But uh, it'd be kind of interesting to try to store like programs and things in text file or not text files, but image files, then upload them online to use as a backup system. That'd be kind of cool. So maybe the MySpace thing, I know it's a sarcastic comment, but there's some merit to some ideas that can be made from that form of thinking. Ethan says that's lame. I made a embedded light game thing. I designed a PC board and the electronics, power supply, LCD, and such, while my partner kind of did 80% of the code. Well, I don't know. That might be kind of fair. I don't know. I don't know how much work the other thing is versus the other. One time in digital electronics back in high school, I made like a 555 timer flasher thing, and then I got it to flash swear words at people. That was kind of meh, but that was like in high school when I had nothing to do one day. I think the most complicated thing we made was an amplifier. So we did design like some other things that weren't like actually soldered, but they kind of liked forcing some sort of Texas Instruments software instead of using breadboards in that class. But yeah, maybe I made like an adder circuit, I think, at one point, but it was on the computer, not actually soldered. Mr. Bonk 500, do you ask if someone can, if he should port Temple OS to his processor? Chef says, okay, let's see if Michael Pamelis says, do you know who Messuus Moldbug is? I do not. Have you read An Open Letter to Open-Minded Progressives? I have not. Not really hugely into politics, actually. I know that's probably not a great thing for, I guess, the only political issues I care about are stuff that I actually understand pretty well. Like, for example, I I don't like companies establishing vertical monopolies in economics. Like, I feel like Amazon has gotten too big and things like that. It's not politics. Sorry, the progressives thing throwing me off. What is it about? And yeah, I don't know. I mean, like I feel like I learned more about politics from taking economics classes and uh, my business school than I had from actual political science courses. So, but let me see here. It's about kind of about politics, but more about philosophy. Huh. Maybe I'll check it out. Not really. I mean, it might be weird, but I kind of enjoy reading computer documentation and making projects from it. I mean, that's kind of weird, I imagine. Like, I actually read a fair bit of the Debian user handbook thing just for fun one time. But fine, but I will add it to my bookmarks. Okay. Okay. Let's see here. Chef says, have I ever used Fedora Linux? What's your opinion on it, especially SE Linux? I have not used either of those really. From what I heard about Fedora, though, it seems like a reasonable distribution. Don't know a lot about SE Linux. Oh, I guess I've used Red Hat, so maybe that's similar. It was kind of interesting. I ran it in a virtual machine for some class once while they did networking work. I had to do it in that, which, I'm fine with it, I guess. It wasn't hard to use, so I do prefer Debian, but Quicksin says everyone should be into politics. It affects all of us. Oh, that's true, I guess, but I mean, if you think of it like this, if I were to be involved in politics, it would probably be over state and local politics, mainly because national politics, I don't feel like it affects us quite to the same degree as things that have, like, for example, when I've had issues with politics, it's mainly been due to taxes. I used to try car flipping as a business back in high school, and it wasn't actually profitable for me because I'd have to pay a dealer to evaluate the car for stated value at the beginning instead of and because Texas based their tax code off a book, not quite sure where they got the information from, but a book of vehicle values, not from what's actually written on the tax slip. So if I buy a car that has been crashed and is missing, has holes in the radiator, missing headlights in the front, and I go through and rebuild the entire thing, or not the entire thing, but get it enough where it's running happy and it doesn't care. I did that to a Volvo 960, and I drove it around for a few months, but when I tried to sell it, I got just slammed by the taxes because I bought something that the government thought was worth $1,900. And the only way to show that was to have the car evaluated when I bought it. Because if I did the repairs, it might actually get evaluated at a higher price. And then it was actually more than $100 of taxes. It was $160. I didn't even turn a profit on it. It was a waste of time. Rather than having a car for 3 months. That was kind of cool. I mean, I have a car now, but high school, so it's nice to have a car in high school. SE Linux always breaks Samba and SSH. I haven't tried Samba. I should. I need to set up like a network attached storage thing at some point. Michael Pemulus might agree somewhat with that. I kind of want to get back into computer discussion, though. Do you guys, Mr. Bonk 500 says, do you guys think I should meme RMS into installing Gentoo with my Sux-based computers? I don't think he's ever going to install Gentoo because they have it's not an FSF-approved distribution, and it does have yeah, that's probably about it. He's been memed into trying to install Gentoo for years and years. So I don't think even if you made your own processor that he would install Gentoo. In fact, yeah, that's kind of my view on it. I'm pretty sure he lives in Emacs too, so I don't think he cares too much about what operating system, as long as it's free as in freedom, or I should say what distribution, not operating system. Uh, he did. I don't think he said he. Maybe he net said that. I might have remembered it differently. I thought he said he doesn't install his own distributions anymore, but I could be wrong. RMS uses Emacs from scratch. Says first name, last name. It's pretty funny. I mean, he's also never helped finish Herd, and it kind of died in the 90s. No, what distribution does he use? Oh, probably Triskel. Yeah, I bet Triskel, which is another like Debian derivative, I think. You know, I can't get behind the whole Stallman's philosophy on limiting choices to just absolutely free code. I mean, I like the ability to pretty much do what I want with my systems. And even though I'd like all software to kind of have free software licenses and things like that, at least at some point in time, I can understand why video game manufacturer wouldn't want to release its code on this launch day or something like that. But I don't see why they can't just copyright some of the assets, like the art assets, and release the engine or something like that. But oh god, I got smoke in my eye. Oh no, I'm coming down with the corona. I have not tried Hyperbola BSV American. Out of curiosity, I imagine it's based on what BSV is it based on? Or is it like its own thing? Like I know most of the BSV distributions kind of fork from like one of the like free BSV, NetBSV, OpenBSV type things. So I don't know if there's a lot for OpenBSV. I mean, OpenBSV works just fine by itself. I don't know why if you're going to be installing that, you're probably knowledgeable enough to figure out how to get it working, or at least look up the information online for it. The Bud Light virus. Oh man, I don't. I mean, Corona's pretty bad, but Bud Light's also pretty bad. Not quite sure if I'd want either of those viruses. How about the cognac virus? That tastes good. And Baijiu, that's also good. That'd be better. The Baijiu virus. I could see that happening. So let me look here. Oh man. Well, I mean, they're probably easier to implement. It would be nice to. Oh, Ethan says that's my favorite beer. Trying to think. I actually, in terms of price point, I generally enjoy stuff like Steel Reserve and other kind of horrible things like that. But that's mainly due to college. But I'm trying to think of something Yeah, I mean, I'm not really a huge beer person, but it's okay. I mean, I will drink it. Do you know who Ross Ulbricht is? Silk Road. Yeah, I know a little bit about the Silk Road story sort of thing. He really screwed up because it's probably what Chef is referring to by the hiring fake hitmen. Like, seriously. Even if he was less lax on security, he probably was going to make a mistake eventually based off how much attention the Silk Road was getting. So what I personally think, he shouldn't have, if he did not do the trying to kill for hire things, he probably wouldn't be where he is at, which is, I still think, a little bit unreasonable, but he definitely should be spending some jail time for the hitman thing. Not quite sure about the whole Silk Road thing, but I don't know. That stuff's interesting to me, but I don't really try to get involved too much with that type of thing. It would be kind of interesting, though, to mess around a little bit more with cryptocurrencies, though. Stretch my legs, drink some Mountain Dew. Jimmy Cassar or Caesar says legalize drugs and murder. Not quite sure I can agree with you on that. Michael Pemula says Mountain Dew is poison. This is Diet Mountain Dew. This is why I haven't gained 100 pounds. Ricardo Stolmano, I find that funny, but I probably shouldn't make YouTube jokes about that. Michael Pemula says prize even worse for you. Well, I don't know. I feel like if I drank the equivalent amount of non-diet Mountain Dew, I would get very fat. But I mean, if we're gonna talk about drinks, I actually do prefer iced tea, but for some reason this is cheaper, so it has also a lot more caffeine. Ethan says I should apparently I'm sponsored by Mountain Dew and should go to the gym. So drink more Mountain Dew and go to the gym. Trip code is paid by Marlboro. Oh, it's your camels. So not quite sure that's true. Chef Geoffrey Excellence says Stallmano, why you make me laugh, bro? It is legally required I don't laugh. Honestly, the funniest clips of Stallman are probably the foot one. It's either the foot one or some of the free software songs or him dancing with the GNU. I found that one hilarious. That's probably my favorite, actually. The dancing with the GNU is my favorite. I like his interviews, though. He has a lot of valid points, and although I don't agree with him on everything, he is. I do feel like he did or does some good work. Not quite sure how much he's impacting things like the FSF now that that whole thing happened earlier. Ethan, no, I have not. Chef says, oh. Huh. I think Mr. Bonk said he got Minix. Oh, get Minix running on it? I might have been confused. Huh. It's is it like book clubs? Is in book clubs where they sit around and read books? Because I haven't ever gone to one of those, actually. I've never been to a book club. I'm not quite sure what I'd do at it. I feel like it'd be filled with a bunch of sort of those. I don't want to say anything specific negative about liberal arts majors, but I do tend to find sometimes there's a lot of overanalyzation happening, and it isn't really my thing. Actually, I don't think I've read a fiction book in quite a long time. I think the only one that I reference nowadays is probably 1984, and I read that many, many, many years ago. Ricardo says, let's all run Temple OS and program in Holy C. Should probably make a Holy C video at some point. What books have I read recently? Well, I went through a lot of chapters on the NetBSD thing. Not quite sure NetBSD documentation online is considered a book. I eventually decided, though, that it would be easier that I was probably spending too much time on it. It wasn't just that, it was just the entire project. It was like, I mean, I could do another NetBSD video, but it got to the point where I needed to compile a custom kernel for my computer that had NetBSD on it, but I couldn't get it to load because the kernel would take too much RAM. Because on the 486 and only had 16 megabytes of RAM, I changed it to a Pentium in hopes that it would work with that. But then I had the power supply blow out, and the Pentium had like 64 megabytes of RAM, so it might have loaded it, but I never got to it because of that. I have installed it before in a VM before on actual hardware, and I don't really remember what system though. Oh no, a 380 IBM 380 XD, which is a Pentium 2. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the book club is still. I'm very confused about that. I might, if I feel like if I Google the book club, it'll probably come up with that. Yeah. Oh wait, I read something on PGP encryption, and that was actually a book. Yeah, it was actually one of those things with paper. Yeah, PGP encryption book. I read through a few chapters on that. Yeah. Yeah, I did. Okay. So if that counts as a book, does it, I don't know what is the qualifications does like computer documentation. Oh, you should get Dennis Ritchie's C book, Chef, if you want to C/C++ code book. C++, I don't know if I actually found a really like extraordinarily good book on it. But C, there's definitely good books. Oh, I did read through the Linux Bible, so I didn't like finish it, but I did read a few chapters on that. I have one of the ones from the 90s, which actually still has instructions for like tape drives and things. But oh god, do I only read? I feel like I only read computer documentation or programming stuff. Oh man, probably. I don't know if I actually. I guess those are books, but Raymond says, which BSD for everyday use with well-supported hardware and why? I don't know what. I mean, it depends. If you just want stuff to work out of the box, I'd probably use FreeBSD. If you're leaning towards having like more of a security focus, and I would probably just go with OpenBSD. I like OpenBSD more, but it's probably not good for just a normal desktop system. But I've seen like full desktop systems and running on FreeBSD before. Haven't set one up, but I did set it up on a server once. Mr. Bonk 500 says, "I hope you have fun writing programs in sucks assembly." Oh God. Chef Geoffrey Excellence says, I read the Pocket Manual by Thomas Glover today to find a RPM to featlib converter sheet. Okay. Well, Ricardo Stolmano, I hope you have a good lunch, and bye as well. Let me check on. Oh, hey, it finished the first part of rendering. How long was that? 2 hours and 10 minutes for like probably 30 minutes of footage. Great. Okay. Now we put this in, and this part renders faster because it doesn't have to do resolution scaling. So hopefully this part will probably take around the same time. And I'll have that video up either later tonight or tomorrow. So let's put this in. I don't know. Is it like, did you guys find a better solution than typing sudo fdisk/l? I know there's one out there, but I feel weird installing it. I've just kind of gotten used to this. But, you know, it is a little bit weird to do it every time you mount a drive. Okay, so let's just go mount that to /mount. Catch up in the comments in about a second. Ranger and stream. Let me see. Oh god. Okay, so try to find the first clip of this. There we go. Copy this down. 10 different files. This probably shouldn't take too long. Go to unprocessed. Paste it. Wait. Highlight this one. Okay, back. Sorry about that. Foot pounds is foot libs. Spiny. Okay, chef says spiny speed to spiny strength. Spinny speed to spinny strength. Oh, okay. You're talking about the RPM to foot pound converter thing. I leave gparted open if I'm swapping a lot of stuff, but fdisk is the only real way. Thunar file manager, which handles mounting and stuff. Huh. I just use Ranger. The first suck CPUs will get fabbed. We'll have 128 cores and 1024 threads. Dana Alna says, "What's popping, G?" I don't. Well, I'm waiting for stuff to copy over an SD card, and I'm doing like a Q&A, just kind of general talk sort of thing. Well, that's happening. After that copies down from the SD card, I'm gonna render it to an editing footage, and after that finishes, either at some point I'll probably either get kind of tired, or the render will complete. And either way, though, after that's done, I am essentially gonna work on my video edit for my video. Well, it's weird because I work on my video editor at the same time I work at my video editing, so it takes quite a bit longer whenever there's a bug. American, I did used to play Minecraft. I played it in alpha to probably 1 point something. It's occasionally useful to stress test things since it's in Java. I haven't. If you need to do graphic stuff, there's probably a better way to do that. But if you have Minecraft already on something, but I don't really play it anymore. Chef Geoffrey Excellent says, genome calc though, Ethan. It's bloat but works. Not quite sure referring to there, but oh hey, one other thing though about oh yeah, Gary's mod was way more fun back in the day. I used to love making things in wire mod, but I still had fun with Minecraft. Americon says, what's the newest hardware I own? Well, so occasionally I have to drive places, and I broke my flip phone, or actually my flip phone's battery just stopped working. So I bought a $25 one from Walmart, and I bought a $30 probably India tier, those um like the resale versions of when was that? They're trying to make like a phone for relatively not well off people in India. But I have like a phone kind of like that from Walmart. It's really slow, but it has a GPS on it, which means I can drive places without being horrible at it. And yeah, I use that. That's probably my newest thing. Um, mm, did you say technology or computer though? Oh, hardware. I guess that's hardware technically. Let me My oldest thing's probably an Osborne one. I don't know. I mean, I have an HP 620Z, but I sold it. I had one. Uh, Ethan, if 3G and 2G get deprecated and my phone has to be compatible with 4G networks, I'll probably just buy another cheap one for $30. Um, yeah, honestly, I probably would have just got another flip phone again if it wasn't that Craigslist has been dying to letgo.com, and their online interface is so horrible it really doesn't work. I've considered like having Android x86 on a USB stick just for that, and I actually have a GPS, but I didn't want to shoe out for a newer one, so my GPS actually is rather terrible, and I only paid $5 for it. But that was when was using my flip phone, but that one just stopped working, and I figured, whatever, you know. Eh, who needs a phone when you can use email? Well, dual factor authentication pisses me off so much, especially if you have to use a phone. My university implemented a way so you could only use it as an app unless you had set it up as a landline sort of thing. So that was annoying. Mustafa Seaton says, "Hi, Trip Code. Hope you're doing well. Question: how long did it take for you to learn your first programming language? Says C programmer yourself. Which book would you recommend?" Okay. I have no clue how long it took. It was just messing around with BASIC, probably in fourth grade. Um, I would probably get if if you haven't learned programming before, I probably wouldn't recommend the Dennis Ritchie book as your only resource, but that is a very good book for it. If you have done programming before, I would get that. Even if you haven't, though, it's still a reasonable option. So yeah, Dennis Ritchie's C book probably. Um, there's also I think the Gentoo library torrent still up, which has a copy of that. Not saying you should do anything illegal. I would never recommend that. Don't steal a car. I mean, would you steal a car? Well, would you? Um, Google Plus, Stack Overflow. Not a bad option. Wait, yeah, I mean, I still feel like you get a better understanding of the language, though, if you actually do get a book on it. Uh, that is like combined with the amount of time you're spending is the only way to get a well I feel like the only way to get like a true understanding of a programming language is to actually use it for building things. So the Dennis Ritchie book does come with exercises though. So and they get harder. So, it's like if you're new to programming, like I think I'd still recommend it. They start off relatively simple. And C kind of stayed the same, so motorbikes are fun. I bought what is it? I think my first motorbike was actually like one of those Chinese engine kits, like on a Schwinn. That was when I was like 14. And I had a Yamaha XT250, which was pretty fun, which was like just a little dual sport bike you could hop around on. And then I made the mistake of trading it in for a newer Sportster, and that was not a good experience. And I got an 883, which is like the lower CC one, and any sort of competent manufacturer rather than Harley Davidson, that would have been pretty fast of a bike. But my favorite bike so far has been my probably XT250 or DR650. Both of them are dual sports. DR650 weighs like 250 pounds. It's relatively lightweight for a motorcycle, and I have it geared down to go top out at 95 miles an hour, but it accelerates like I can get it somewhere between 4 to 5 seconds from 0 to 60, but it pretty much goes instantly to like 45, which is pretty much what I need around town. Or don't really need, but oh my god, it's fun. You get to be like, we're a rocket ship, um, yeah. But oh yeah, I also got the carburetor rejetted. Um, Bird says headphones. Yes, if I go on the distro to patron stream again, I'm definitely gonna put headphones in. That was embarrassing. I messed up the audio. I didn't realize the speakers would. Well, I also didn't have my mic set up correctly, which kind of, you know. So I made one. I made a microphone stand. It is poorly built, but it took me 45 minutes and cost me nothing. So there. O'Reilly programming books are far superior than all the G-meme books. They have different versions for level experience, which is perfect. I have the driver's book. It's good. I'm trying to, I don't think I've actually used one of those O'Reilly books for learning a programming language, weirdly. Poorly built? Wait, are you referring to the Harley Davidson thing? The Sportster design is from 1986, and it does have a good aftermarket community, but even my bike that was a Japanese bike, which the original design was 1989, was revamped in 1994, and the DR650. Oh, sorry. I can talk about motorcycles, like technology, for quite a bit. So, oh, I compiled it myself. Yeah, I did compile it. I guess it really didn't take that long. Actually, I kind of used like an interlocking sort of thing here. So, like, I didn't really have to use any screws. So, yeah, it's minimalist. No screws required, except for holding the microphone on. But those are bolts, and I'm pretty sure one of them's from a bicycle from a long time ago. And I put like random washers in for spacers. I don't even think one's a nylon washer, the other one's a sprocket. Looks kind of cool though. Yeah. Well, thanks, Chef, for saying it was interesting to see. Well, honestly, American, if that looks nicer than anything you've built, like physically, I would suggest like actually just maybe picking up like a scroll saw or something. I mean, they're a lot cheaper than 3D printers. The last one I got was for like $20. I did have to take it apart and apply machine oil to the parts and rebuild it, but that was in. I mean, I actually have a video on that one. If you get a dead Ryobi one, they from like around 2008, I guess. They have a very, very common failure where they did not apply a good thread locker to the. Oh, by the way, if you don't know what a scroll saw is, looks like a sewing machine, except there's a blade that goes like this. And the I can tell you how the Ryobi ones work, and the other I don't. It's like motor something. The other one was from like 1980s, but the Ryobis have a common failure. It works exactly like you'd imagine a train to work. Like it pushes a lever back, and then it's attached to something and pushes something down, kind of like a train locomotive. And it has a little. Not quite sure what they use for electronics. I know it has a motor controller on it, but oh my god! Thank you, RUB, for the donation. That's Daniel Lopton. Not quite sure what an RUB is, but Ruples. Thank you for the $6.25. Man, though, if I had $400, what would I? Oh, probably save it towards a van. But anyways, though, thanks for the Ruples, man. But out of curiosity, though, Daniel Lopatin, so do you think it'd be like, interesting at all to kind of just do kind of like a junk computer build that'll like browse the modern web? I kind of want to show that like. Oh, thanks, Ethan. I I don't have much of an opinion on foreign politics, but I will enjoy the $20, and they don't pay out till 100, but I get my money from last month, and that took like 4 or 5 months. So I'll probably spend that money on a what is it, T420 motherboard, or maybe I'll actually just buy a parts T420 because I'm kind of scared of that Corona thing. But then at this point, I'm having too many T420s. Ethan sent $20. So I don't. I mean, I'm very happy about the donations. I do occasionally spend money on things other than cigarettes and Mountain Dew. I am actually kind of saving up for a van, but I was thinking about getting into local computer repair. So, well, thanks anyway, Chef. Yeah, I was thinking about doing like local, kind of like something between like computer recycling and repair, but I was trying to get like either like a Class B motorhome and something kind of van-like for it too, so I can move out to as well for the time being. So I am taking community college classes in my hometown, but I don't know if that's too much Terry Davis here. But either way, if I just get a van, though, I could use it for doing computer recycling, which means since I can disassemble a lot of stuff, I can sell the spare parts on eBay that are on the more modern systems, and I'd have parts for repair, and I can actually take anything that isn't particularly worth money, such as, oh my god, the Pentium 4 Dell Optiplexes, and just kind of Sell them for 10. Do a total minimum build, like single core 1 gigahertz. You know, it is tempting. I do have a 1.1 gigahertz Pentium 3 board, but I was wondering, like, if I could see if I could build something practical, because it seems like a lot of, in some other countries, due to import laws, I'm not quite sure Russia's the same way, but I know like a lot of Latin American nations, like, kind of have inflated computer prices. So, but I did meet someone in the Ukraine that was still running a Pentium 4. So, I was thinking like just go all out and see how good of a system, like if I can get it to like actually run. Well, main goal is run modern web browser, because pretty much anything since like a Pentium, even a 486 would probably run Vim. So, well, maybe not Vim. I don't know. VI for sure though. Um, but anyways, though, thanks for the donations. And now I have to go. All the files are copied over. Like, I'm not leaving this. I'm like going to here and pressing Q and going back to my video editor, typing in. Oh God! For some reason, it does have a bug where if I leave it open for like 2 hours, doing a render at some time. Well, it'll do the render, but it will time out on some sort of key input, which is really annoying. I don't know what the cause of that bug is, but either way, for the video editor, there is an alpha version up, but the version I made now is like slightly better. It's really just I added a speed function to change speed of the video clip. See how trash you can make it, or the best possible with 10-plus-year-old stuff. Broken suspend code, like a borked power manager, maybe. Well, like I got a lot of stuff from recycling centers where I paid money, so it wouldn't really be like this X200 I'm using, for example. Not including the parts I put for it, I got the system for $10, and the motherboard worked, and the screen worked, and keyboard was a little bit like messed up. Put a new keyboard on it from my scraps bin, and put a 9-cell in it, and it seems to be working. What modern browser do you want to run on old hardware? Lynx isn't enough. Well, I feel like a good combination between the two, like between like going from all the way from Lynx to like a very modern browser, would probably be NetSurf, which isn't modern but does have some very light JavaScript support. But I was seeing if I could run some sort of Firefox build. Chromium works, like that's actually what I'm using right now, but I'm beginning to feel like I should kind of switch away from it, because the current Debian, I actually haven't ran an apt upgrade on here, specifically because it's my live stream machine, and Debian stable managed to screw up their Chromium build, or maybe not screw it up, but it has been known to take up 24 gigs of my entire swap file. And I guess before you mentioned the 24 gig swap file, I think the most expensive electronic component I ever bought was a 2 terabyte Samsung solid state drive. And then it's in a $10 system. I don't, maybe it's, I was actually thinking of trying Ice Cap, to be honest, or Pale Moon. I feel like I'm gonna search around a little bit. I'm gonna probably give Brave a shot. I haven't really done a lot of research on this. On Google Chromium does seem interesting too, but I don't know if I'd really feel like switching. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I can make a video on that. But Oh, there's 2 RAM slots in the T500. I don't have one exactly on hand, but I can just show you where they are, kind of. Just imagine this is like a T500. So there's 1 RAM slot underneath here on the T500, not the X200 I'm holding up. And there's one on the back. I believe there might be 2 up here, but either way, it's not that hard. You just have to follow the labeled screws in the back for removing keyboard and mouse. Probably takes a total of 30 minutes. But it's either like that. They either have both of them in the front or one under the back. I don't exactly remember. On the X200, there's just 2 under the back under a back plate. So you should have a pretty easy time. Well, I mean, on a, I'm probably gonna just make like a wooden case and then put like either a, I don't know, maybe like I'll put like a Antoine X2 or something instead of a Pentium 3. I'll figure it out. Depends what I can. I mean, so I did get like an Antoine X2 as scrap Core 2 Duo. I think my best find ever was a i7 4790K Alienware computer with a dead hard drive that someone threw out. But that was like a once in a decade find of going to a recycling center near my house. The most Slavic machine possible? I don't know. I mean, what do they use over there? I feel like I mean, I tend to like bourbon more, so I don't actually I kind of drank it all though a while back. But I'm kind of busy at the moment. I mean, well, I'm not like super busy. I'm waiting on something to render, but that isn't really. I'm gonna be busier later today after this live stream, and then I think at some point I have to do like actually read a textbook for state government class. I'm probably just gonna do it all in one day. I mean, that's how I've been doing college. Yeah, I clicks in. I do like bourbon. I do have my favorite's Baijiu, but yeah. Am I shaking? Oh God, a little bit. Okay, I'll stop for a little bit after this. No, I don't do 3D. I edit HD video on a Core 2 Duo, and I move everything to an editing format. Fine, fine. You guys win. Win. So let's type in menu, go to normalize. Oh, wait. Damn it. I need to delete the old files. Don't want to re-render a bunch of extra files. That would be bad. Probably need something to like clear it out. Maybe I'll write like a script to do that instead of using Ranger in the future. Okay, unprocessed. 22 here, and yeah, let me just double check something. Okay. So I'm on file 635. Okay, yeah. I really, flash storage got really cheap. So kind of haven't cleared out my camera in a really long time. So anyways, there we go. It's rendering now. I don't have a, I don't have a Discord, but I have a Discord account. I don't have a Discord. And this is the, I think it's either this or this. Or it's, oh. Yeah, no problem. I mainly just hang out on the old ThinkPad General or Reddit's ThinkPad General because the admin of that kind of made it die slowly. I do not have a Jabber. I'm kind of unfamiliar with that. I'll look it up. I think I've used XMPP stuff before, so I might actually have something for that. It's been a while. Oh my god. Ooh. Okay, time to double check on here. I feel like I should turn the air conditioner on, but I'm worried about background noise. It's starting to get hot. I've thought about it. I don't know, like, sentimental. I know that feels sometimes. Honestly, if you have the ability to repair computers, I've actually been making a little bit of money that way recently. Like, I think I made $25 in about like just for like reinstalling like a hard drive. I mean, and I did that twice like a week ago. So, I mean, I'm kind of trying to save up money at the moment. So, yeah, but on average, I kind of probably just spend like $25 a week on stuff like Mountain Dew and cigarettes. So, not quite sure if I'm saving. Not really. Replacing a hard drive is pretty simple. Like, I mean, you just need like one of those cheap screw kits. Um, if you're doing a laptop, and just, I mean, opt out of it if it's like one of those Macs with a soldered drive, and I think you're good on that. I mean, you typically just remove the back and take the hard drive out. And out of the two systems I worked on, I got one dead power supply and one dead hard drive. And the hard drive was in a laptop, and the power supply was in someone's old desktop. So it's typically one of those components. And if it doesn't post at all or like dies midway through startup, it could be either. But if it doesn't, if it doesn't post at all or dies midway through startup, it could be the hard drive. Or no, I mean power supply. Yeah, sorry about that. I'm fumbling my words. Yeah, but if it's more likely to be the hard drive if it posts, and if you have like a little USB stick and format it with like just some live ISO, you can test pretty quickly if it's the hard drive or the power supply, and that's like what it is 90% of the times. I've seen dead graphics cards too, but that's typically a bit rare. I might have encountered one time a dead motherboard, but I think that's like the rarest thing I've ever encountered doing like computer repair for people. So, it's not that hard. Just I actually I give my one of my friends a little bit of the money, just then they go get the jobs. So, I don't even have to leave the shed. RAM is the most common? Man, I mean, I haven't really ran into a lot of RAM issues, honestly. Maybe it's just personal experience, but man, laptops and hard drives and people dropping them. It's like after this, I guess screens break pretty easily too. Have you read any books by William Gibson? Bad. I'm bad at artists or author names. Let's see what he wrote. Oh man. I've heard about Neuromancer. I haven't read it. Maybe I should. I don't know. I think the only like sort of cyberpunk sort of thing I've thought of doing was making like a sort of VR terminal thing. I don't know if I would have to make it where it could fit under this hair though, so I don't look weird the entire day. Chef, I'm probably gonna wrap this up whenever definitely by the time this finishes rendering, or just I don't know, whenever. Doesn't really matter. Eventually, I'm gonna get hungry probably, so I can't just sit here indefinitely forever. I mean, that isn't a possibility, but I can sit in this cigarette smoke-filled shed for quite a while. So as long as I have Mountain Dew and I have a little bit of an audience or some interesting conversations, I'm kind of off work today, I don't really do like a consistent job, but my only other thing I wanted to get done was finishing my video, so I'm just waiting for that to be done rendering. It's probably gonna take another hour or two. So sorry if it's gotten boring. I don't know if you. Oh, you have to head off. Well, yeah, sure. I honestly probably not gonna get on Discord a bunch today, but anyways, bye, Chef. It was actually nice talking to you. But seriously, if you actually send me a message, I will reply to it, and you can strike up a conversation if you want. Recolin Bryson, this is a podcast, or not podcast, but more of like a random live stream for my channel where I mainly do ThinkPad repair, programming, and occasional Linux stuff. So if you have any, or somewhere, mainly Linux stuff and ThinkPads and programming. Occasionally, sometimes tools. I've done like one video on that. How did you end up in here, Recolin Bryson? I'm kind of curious. Oh, and Liam Arnold says, do I travel a lot? Or I don't know if he's referring to me in that instance, but I do a little bit of traveling, but it's mainly due to the fact that I have some relatives in Korea. I don't think I'm going to go this year, though. Corona thing's kind of scary. But yeah, I don't know. Anyways, though, Chef, have a good one. Well, it isn't too hard to learn how to do computer-related stuff. Programming has a little bit of a learning curve, but it's still learnable at 24. Games are, I mean, they can be interesting. I kind of haven't really played them in a while though. I guess occasionally Minecraft. Can't message. Oh, sorry about that. Here, I'll send you a message. Except, so, oh god, I got three messages. Just type in hi. So, yeah, I don't know. Well, thanks. You too. Trying to figure out what to do for discussion topic at this point. No, I mean, yeah, you guys are free to message me. I mean, I'm just probably not gonna answer them until like the end of the stream, just so I don't have like Discord in the background. Um, Trying to think of something interesting I talk about for that. I actually I have actually tried to like compile Gen 2 once on a PowerPC G4 before, but it was kind of a huge pain, and I actually bought one. This is about when like Spectre and American asked what type of non-tech things do I enjoy? Yeah, Raymond, go ahead. Give me a sec to answer that. I Well, I like motorcycles and kind of occasionally, like I like building things out of wood and occasionally other option things. Like I built this like whole desk thing that's brushed aluminum. Yeah, my desk is messy. I know. I do enjoy. Yeah, sure. Why not, Liam? Uh, YouTube only gives me like $10 a month anyway, so I guess live streams help for that. But yeah, you can ask. Oh, what's your odd question, Raymond? And Ricklin Bryson 6%, and it's 4:19 a.m. Oh my God, you like what are you doing actually? Like on your phone or laptop? I have not tried Linux from scratch. I read a little bit of the documentation and package requirements. I'm actually more interested in trying Buildroot than that. I feel like there's kind of a lack of a modern-ish distro that kind of caters to extremely old computers, like from like the 486 to Pentium like 3 era. But I don't know. I mean, I was thinking it might be fun to like lob a package source onto build root version. You know, that's like some sort of embedded Linux sort of thing. Oh, Raymond. Yeah, I'm free to answer anything. Bad questions. I don't know that much about stuff after the 440 series, but you're welcome to ask anyways. But Daniel Lopatin, Linux from scratch seems more like a kind of what I'd say like it seems more of a learning process sort of thing than for you to make a useful installation. I could be wrong though. I did only read a few chapters of the book. Linux for 16-bit and 8-bit CPUs. Oh God. You know, I just have to post this because someone actually got Linux running on some 8-bit microcontroller that was emulating an ARM processor. And honest, I still remember this post. Let me see if I can find it. I've kind of wanted to do this at some point as a project. Yeah, I know a little bit about Bitcoin. If you're gonna buy it, wait till when it crashes, and when it starts to peak up a little bit, like by a few K. Like saying like when it used to be at 16,000, it plummeted to 6, and I bought at 8,000. Managed to make a fair bit of money. But if you're gonna buy it I would just define this vaguely as anonymity purposes. I would actually try to find someone on local Bitcoins or mine it, but I don't. That actually might be worse. I don't think it's you're really capable of mining Bitcoin anymore without like an ASIC. Or for people that aren't uh, familiar with that, that's like a specialized type of, I guess it's like a chip, or I don't know if it's like an FPGA implementation, but it's specialized hardware for mining Bitcoin, which kind of ruins it for GPUs. There's some cryptocurrencies that are worth mining on GPUs, or at least used to be. I think last time I looked into cryptocurrency in general, I was considering mining on a HP Z620 with it had dual 2670 Xeon, so 16 cores, and it was going to make negative money based off the power usage for mining Monero, which is actually one of the few coins that it's even worth considering mining from CPU. Uh, do you watch any tech YouTube channel? Says I clicks in. I remember Mental Outlaw. He should have more subscribers. Actually, I'll check him out. You know what? I'll subscribe to him. I do watch. Uh, I used to watch Luke Smith more. I still watch him occasionally, but I watch DistroTube fairly often. I watch. He doesn't put out really that many videos anymore, but I do kind of like Draga One's videos. Depends on the topic though. But I've been kind of looking for more YouTubers to watch. I do typically watch a bunch of reality television that shouldn't be uploaded to YouTube based off copyright laws, but recently I've been watching that one. It's like with the Crypt Creeper or Keeper, that show. Kind of missed out on that show, so. Trip Code fan server. I mean, I could host it. I mean, I've thought about making like I did make a Mumble server at one point, but yeah, I'll put that back up. I do not watch the Kardashians, but I kind of like watching like 600 Pound Life, and what else? Oh, I'm trying to think of it. Oh, I love Kitchen Nightmares. Yeah, that one's pretty good. I kind of like watching Gordon Ramsay yell at things. And the nice thing about reality television is typically the plots are nonsensical, or you could come in at any moment without it actually creating any sort of issues. So I can be doing something completely else with my brain, like programming something or working on like schoolwork, and just have it in the background. I mean, I'm sure it's not good for your mental state, but I don't know. Works out for me. Uh, Mental Outlaw, correct? Let me check it out. Um, I might check out his channel. I'm not like hugely into just the random distro hopping things, but I do like things like some of these video topics. I'm probably not gonna watch one at the moment, but best Gen 2 Linux installation guide. Huh. Start X is a non-root user in Gen 2. And I don't know, there's some DWM videos. The use flags thing would probably be useful, because that is kind of confusing, even with the documentation. At least I feel like it is. I'm not really that familiar with Gen 2. But it seems all right. I haven't actually watched the video yet. Topics are fine, though. Linux on a 65.8.16 when? Ricklin Bryson says, is Linux good for privacy and doing semi-legal stuff online? I'm a little worried most software doesn't support Linux. I would never recommend for anyone to do anything illegal, but yeah, it is better than Windows for that. There isn't as much. It's actually quite easy to install Tor from a snap pack and things like that. And I would actually recommend, if you're actually doing something that's questionable like that, to use a live distribution on something you can get rid of easily. And you need to learn about things like PGP encryption and stuff like that. It's interesting to me to do cybersecurity. That's my excuse for it. But yeah, I mean, you really only need like for that stuff. I imagine PGP or like to do that kind of stuff. Oh, there's nothing illegal about storing bitcoins on a PC. It is well supported. Some of the mining software isn't supported, but that's like typically there's multiple ways to mine a certain cryptocurrency, and there's typically something I'll run on Linux for it. But you'd have to. I know you have to download like a massive. If you do actually want to run the wallet on your own system, or use like some third party to have all the blockchain stored, because I know it requires a lot of hard drive space. I haven't done that in a long time. Um, does and well, actually, Mr. Bonk Linux for 6502. Let me check on Fusix. It's not Linux, but maybe it was for the Z80. I know someone had like some 8-bit micro Linux like file system, or Linux, not like file system, but like operating system. And let me see here. Fusix. Yeah, it's for the Z80. But I'll post it. It's an interesting project. I don't know. I kind of feel like learning the Z80 is probably more useful than like a 6502. But that's mainly because it's kind of more familiar to x86 stuff, and the Z80s are still actually used quite a bit. Probably 6502s or somewhere. Uh, Ivan Rubishov, not within arm's reach, but I do have a very old TI calculator. You can see in one of my videos. It does need a little bit of work now. I did actually use it for an accounting course, so it does function, has very nice keys. Don't exactly remember what model, but it was one in the, I think, late 70s, and it was relatively small. I think the Z80 is still being made too. I'm not quite sure. Check this. Weird. Well, there's the EZ80, which runs at 33 and 50 megahertz. That's a modification of the original design, but it's not a CMOS version. It's wait, no, CMOS versions were developed and ranging from 4 megahertz to 20 megahertz. Fully compatible derivatives, HD64 C180 and EZ80 are specified for 33 and 50 megahertz. So I imagine there's some incarnation of it still being made. Um, 50% faster? I don't know. I mean, like, what megahertz are you, like, at the same megahertz? Or, uh, I think I do actually own 16502 system. Did the C128? I'm afraid people are going to get upset if I just, like, make my own power supply for it. Because I'd probably have to tear up part of the case and just replace it with, like, a 120 volt inline to make it, like, look halfway decent. And it has I know it has a, okay, Moss 8502 and a Z80 in it. And it does seem very, like, related to the 6502. 8502 runs it. Yeah, it does seem like a slightly modified 6502. The pinout's slightly different than the 6510. 8502 has an extra I/O pin. Oh, sure, why not? I like money. I use it to buy things. Stava Kieften is a starter. Which anime would you recommend? Someone a long time ago suggested Hanabe Renmei. I'm not quite sure how you pronounce it, and I enjoyed watching it. It was kind of sad though. If you haven't seen Serial Experiments Lane, that's a good watch, but that's like the thing everyone goes to recommend, so I'm confused about the call 911 things. The 8502 is compatible with the 6502's instruction set, so yeah, I guess it's kind of the same thing then. I clicked in, what reasons to use old computers? New ThinkPads are pretty nice too. Well, one thing is I can kind of just screw around with old computers more than I can with something that's actually worth a fair bit of money, for example. Second thing is generally the newer stuff is less moddable, and also I am kind of still into core boot and LibreBoot stuff, and LibreBoot compatibility kind of ends after Core 2 Duo, and I mean there are some, I probably could put core boot on some more modern systems, but it is nice to have a system that's only worth $10 if you screw something up. I used to live on my own. I had a little studio apartment in College Station. Um, Also, I do not like 16.9. That is another thing. And the keyboards are better. So, from someone that doesn't really care too much, sorry, Mr. Bonk 500, I'm not very versed with Commodore history, but you do every once in a while find something like that at a recycling center, so I did pick it up. Oh, so what file are we on now? Okay, we passed the first giant file. So, yay, we're like 2/3 done with rendering. It's only been 3 hours. Did they make like 5.4 resolutions higher though than 1280 by 1024? 4.3 is the best, but I couldn't deal with the X60 and T60's integrated graphics for a while, and I also had hard times hunting down batteries that were worth it. I guess I could have done the Chinese modified battery thing that I would be running like a T7200. The thing would be running hot because that was like pretty much the fastest CPU you could put on the X60. And I tried the 1400 by 1050 IPS mod one time, and uh, I kind of screwed it up. And it also came with a dead backlight after I bought it from China. And then I just decided to move to like an X200S. I get quite good battery life with the ultra low voltage processor, but right now I'm on an normal X200. Um, oh yeah, American. There's definitely 3-4 monitors out there, or you could just rotate a 4-3 one. But I don't know if I can show it all the way, but that monitor in the very back, that is a 2048 or no 1536 by 2048 medical IPS monitor. It's full color, so it's actually a very nice monitor. And although I mainly just use it for reading text because 3.4, I mean 4.3 is like still good enough to like watch movies at 16:9, even though you lose some screen resolution. Even a 3.4 is a little bit much for that. But I do like that it takes up less desk space. Mr. Bonk 500 is thinking about making a modern CRT monitor. You know, there might actually be a small market for that, but it would have to be like an arcade compatible one, probably. Sentimental says I look like Julius Dean the Magician. I'll look that up. It's a new one. I typically get Joey Ramone or Slash. Man, I have much longer hair than that guy. Oh god, I have the same glasses. What the? That's why. Oh, by the way, if you're ever buying glasses and are traveling to an Asian country, just buy them there. They are a lot cheaper, like 25, 30 bucks. Ugh. I don't know what it's like in Japan, but at least it's like that way in Korea. So the CRT monitor that I will make will support 4K because it allows integer scaling for all resolutions up to 1080p. Uh, you know, I think there's like limiting technologies that aren't necessarily electronics related, like more chemistry related, in order to get that or like that level of, I guess, resolution on a CRT. I might be wrong, but I feel like they would have done it. I don't know. I have a CRT that supports 2048 by 1536, but the picture quality is much nice. It's a Trinitron, by the way, but the picture quality is much nicer at pretty much 1600 by 1200. So that could just be due to age. Not quite sure. But I also don't think there's quite the market for that type of CRT monitor. Even China right now doesn't really produce ones for like arcades and things like that. And I do feel like there's a very niche market for very small dot pitch. I don't know. Like I was kind of imagining it like no sentimental. You cannot have my phone number, especially not on a live stream. I don't want that to be public knowledge. Sorry. Um, I don't know. Also, that thing would be extremely bulky, and I don't think there'd be that much of a market for it. I think if you were actually going to make like a reproduction or new CRT monitor, you'd probably have to focus on like some sort of niche market that had a need or reason for that, such as something that would be like maybe equivalent to some old Trinitron monitor for games or something like that, but a little bit smaller. Like maybe like a new 12-inch monitor that can go up to at least 1024 by 768, but make it really crisp and new parts and everything. Uh, iClickSim says, oh, Mr. Bonk says he'd be designing it like a PVM. Uh, ClickSim says, do you usually use your laptop screen when at home or an external monitor? If I'm on the computer for more than a couple hours, I downward tilt and makes my neck sore. Yeah, I do use my laptop screen at home. I don't have the best posture. It is a little bit annoying for this call, but actually my desk is kind of set up where the laptop's raised a little bit. But when I'm like just at home, just doing something like this and chair, and then I just put it on my stomach, kind of like Richard Stallman. I'm not really that. I'm not chubby enough to get like the perfect ratio, but it does kind of work. A little bit embarrassing. Uh, so man, I need to pick up the stream somehow. Okay, cardboard yourself a laptop stand. No, I aluminum myself a laptop stand. Like if you look at the yeah, aluminum and plywood, like I got an angle grinder. I'd cut it. Okay, there's no way you're gonna have a 4K analog video signal. It's just not gonna happen. Wayne's World. Yeah, I haven't seen that movie in forever. Oh my god. My hair is I'm not blonde. Anyways, I don't know. I feel like the stream's kind of slowing down a bit, so I'm gonna try to pick it up a bit, but I kind of ran out of topics, and I'm not Garth. You know what? I'm gonna give it a cigarette, and then I'm probably. Oh, how long are you planning on staying for? Says Raymond. iClickSim says, will you open source your video editor? Well, yeah, I mean, it's kind of under WTFPL. I have a version on my website that has everything except the speed function on it. How long are you planning on? Yeah, I'm not quite sure actually, but I'm at least gonna stay for the rest of the cigarette, and I don't know a lot about analog signals, like Mr. Bonk 500. Oh. I don't know what people talk about on those like 24-hour live streams. Like I think my longest has been like 5 hours, and I typically run out of topics. I did actually buy one of those build your own Z80 computer kit things, minus the components. I bought the PCBs, or I actually didn't buy them. I got them from PCB Way, so I should be making a video on that at some point, but it's probably going to be a while. Oh man. There's kind of a large amount of supply chain stuff you'd have to worry about before you can, just start making replacement tubes. I imagine making a CRT tube is probably simpler than a like LCD, but QM, I mean, it's within the possibility of a hobbyist. You could probably make something similar to that design with TTL logic chips, but it would take a long time, and I imagine it wouldn't run at a very high clock rate, but you could do it. And people have made their own TTL logic chip computers. I'm not exactly sure what the transistor count on the Z80 is. I click as do I grill? I don't grill. I can cook steaks. I like my steaks kind of rare though. Um, and typically, if I'm buying cheap steak, it's cooked to medium rare, um, and it's typically done on a frying pan. American forums or communities that talk about topics I'm interested in. Honestly, I go on Discord a fair bit, and I used to go on the TPG thread quite often. Not so much anymore, but I don't know. I'm trying to diversify my content a bit more. Um, well, I'm never gonna dye my hair blonde, K Dean, and look like Garth. Uh, Man, Mr. Bonk says it's the same about making as making a vacuum tube. Well, yeah, but I imagine you have to do something to put the phosphors in that RGB sort of pattern, especially at a very tiny sort of pitch that would be required for those types of resolutions. I might be wrong about that though. I'm not an expert on making CRTs, or I'm not even very knowledgeable on it. I don't think I've ever even done any glass work. Um, you know what? I'll say Sha Wing, please. Are you happy? Am I still running OpenBSD? At the moment, I had some issue with the T42 motherboard I put in that system, but I did disk image the entire installation over to my laptop. But I'm probably going to set up another system for it to run on with similar hardware. I have a lot of extra T4X parts, so I will eventually make another OpenBSD video. After this video editor sort of video thing, I'm probably gonna make like either just like some sort of random computer. Oh, no problem, Kadeen. I'm probably just gonna make some sort of random system out of spare parts or things that I found at recycling centers and see what the best or see if I can get it to browse the modern web, which might be kind of interesting. Uh, It'll always be fun for me. Hopefully, you guys will enjoy it. Do you do any tinkering and hobbyist stuff with single board computers like the Raspberry Pi or Pine? I've thought about getting into stuff like that, but so far the only thing I've used a Raspberry Pi for was some sort of OpenCV project I don't really want to get too far into, and also for I just use an RPi A, the first one to use run flash ROM. So that typically works good enough for me. Uh, you kick says QT or GTK. I've never tried GUI development with either one of those. I just write everything in N curses. Um, I do kind of like some of the single board computers, but I don't know. If I was to get into that, I feel like I'd want to get something a little bit more low power than that. And because if you think about it, designing a portable device with a Raspberry Pi, I think they draw like 3 watts or something like that. But a watt hours of an 18650 battery are about 7 watts if you go with the Samsung cells. I believe they're 2600 milliamp hours. And even though they state they're like 3.6 volts to 3.7 volts, that's the top of the curve, even though lithium batteries do have a self-discharge curve that looks like this until they hit 80% with voltage. I think I kind of estimated them at 7 watt hours. I might be wrong about that. But if I want something to run for like a very long time, like a few days, and be portable, I would probably use something else rather than those single board computers. I'm sure there's something out there, but I don't really need to run anything more than like probably some sort of embedded Linux. So I think they're a little bit overpowered for some of the stuff I wanted to do. Like I kind of want to make something kind of similar to me using like a Pentium 2 or something in the modern day, where I can just, but have like a very large amount of battery life, set up a little mechanical keyboard, some sort of LCD or even e-paper display, and just kind of use it as a terminal that I could carry around and have a very long battery life. I mean, an X200S with a super low voltage processor. It's pretty good, about 10 hours at the max. You have Wi-Fi off and things like that, but still, I think it'd be fun, especially to include just as a joke, like a tape drive or something. You could even have it like activated by like a solid state relay or something that wouldn't really require any additional power draw and just use the GPIO. So that might be kind of fun. Maybe even like a little mag stripe printer. But that's kind of more of a silly sort of project. I don't really have the money for that at the moment. Mr. Bonk 500, you need to figure out how you're going to raise the money to fab chips before you, or just use an FPGA before you take your processor and make a Pi clone. And then I feel like the FPGA would probably sell better. Pi Zero. Let me check this. I can probably do the math on this in my head. I mean, I do like Raspberry Pis, but I don't really have much of a use for them. I mean, I would use them in a project if need be, and it had the right features. I also like the fact they have composite out, but I've kind of wanted to put one in like an old Sony Watchman as a project, but that's mainly because I could have like a tool to flash things that doesn't take up the area of a laptop and has the ability to control SPI speed. So, I mean, if I have to plug a computer into it, it's kind of also a little bit annoying. Raspberry Pi Zero power consumption comparison. Okay, let me do some math in my head here. Oh God, this site. Okay, so it's about the same as the A plus. Idle, HDMI disabled, LED disabled, 0.4 watts, which means with an 18650 cell, you would be getting 17.5 hours because 7 watt hours. So it's not horrible, but then you have to think of like adding like things like its display and other accessories, and then that's at idle with HDMI. Well, I'm not going to be using HDMI, but with the USB Wi-Fi adapter thing, it draws 0.7 watts. But I guess you don't really need Wi-Fi. I do have one somewhere around, but I haven't really used it for anything. I'm slightly interested in some of those. I have all these like development boards for like cold fire processors from Freescale. from my mom's old work before they became NXP and things like that. I think it'd be fun to mess with those. But I will be right back. Give me like 2 minutes. Okay. Hopefully, I didn't lose my entire audience of 20 people or 15 now. But I am back. Oh, man. Let me check up on comments. So, making a map forward and creating it. Oh, I clicked and says, do you do any tinkering and Oh, I already read that. Okay. So, 68K. All right. I don't really know. I haven't done much work. I clicked in. I won't watch Neon Genesis Evangelion. I'm sorry. People keep saying that, and I just generally don't want to. I'm sorry. Oh yeah, Akira. If you haven't seen Akira, that's a good one to watch. But that might just be because I like motorcycles. Uh, Local old man does a big sip, and it's muscle milk. It has protein in it. Uh, American says, "Why do I use Debian?" Well, I noticed there's a lot of information base that you can find on it, not just from Debian itself, but from its kind of derivative distributions. And a lot of those fixes will actually work on, well, Debian. And then on top of that, you don't, you have a very defaultly stable system. So it works very well for a server operating system, but even on the desktop, you can use testing packages and things like that from that repository without actually using a full like testing distribution, which isn't necessarily something only particular to Debian, but you can set up apt like that, and then you could have like essentially a kind of fusion of mainly stable, like 95% stable packages and 5% of stuff from testing, which will kind of give you like more stability, I feel, than you can have with something like Ubuntu. And you have a company that respects, I guess, freedom quite a bit more than Canonical. So because of that, I kind of like it. I've been using stuff based off Debian since I was a kid, so I'm familiar with it, and it works. No reason to fix what ain't broke, I guess. If it does become broke, I'll switch to something else. But yeah, that's why I like using Debian. American says I like that it has an easy way to install and encrypt it since I'm a brainlet. I don't know. I mean, you could just use like I install it with the bootstrap, so it's kind of almost like it's not quite. Well, I'd say it's almost like an Arc installation. Like I have echo commands going into fdisk to do the partitions, so you know. But after you have a script, you can just have your setup there every time, and typically it doesn't change that much. So, um, QM, I didn't understand almost anything. It's quite gross sometimes, but I may revisit it in the future. Oh, okay, you're talking about Akira. Huh. So, actually, out of curiosity, there are a few DIY projects I kind of wanted to try. One would be I worked out that with Google Glass and how many characters I can read at a very low font, like a pixel font rate, that I could probably fit like a display and then just wear an overhead display sort of thing. A, because I feel like people won't talk to me if I'm wearing one of those in class. And then I can just be on my computer in the terminal. And I could set the background to be what's in front of me so I don't completely have lack of vision. It'd be like cheap VR, VT 100 edition. I feel like that'd be a little bit silly, but also another thing is potentially like making something like an IBM Transnote where you can actually, I mean, I used to do drawing stuff, and it'd be kind of nice to be able to just scan it in on one system. And yeah, I don't know, that might be kind of cool to do. I've always wanted a drone, like not like one of those like, normal like ones that float with the four motor things, but I mean like something that would be like one of those those little airplane kits, some miniature-sized ones. They're like 1/8 or 16th size, and have like a little engine on the front that can actually go a decent range. Maybe something like that with GPS control and very nice camera attached to it. But yeah, I don't know. I'd probably have to get into ham radio and things like that first. Huh. When Debian gets the new LTS kernel, I'm switching it to my Ryzen laptop. My ThinkPad already runs OpenBSD though. I don't know. Okay. QM says maybe try something with a hollow site design for the screen to glass image routing. Yeah, I've seen a few of those, but they only seem to display very small amounts of text, which is kind of an issue. Let me check something really quick. So yeah, I'm not sure. I have to do one thing really quick on here. Check the rendering on there. Does the muscle milk even out the Mountain Dew, or does it make it worse? Well, fluid dynamics. It's not hard to learn about Linux. I mean, it's relatively easy to find out about nowadays. The internet kind of has like vast amounts of resources for if you want to learn anything, and the driver situation is quite a bit better than it used to be even like 10 or 15 years ago. So and Mr. Monk 500 again says try running Linux on my or GNU/Linux on my cold-fired dev kits. I mean, I actually looked up that processor, and the only thing I could find was a potential port for NetBSD, which didn't really have any work on it. So I might look through some of the other kits, see if they have like some sort of ARM or different Freescale processor on there. But I was trying to find ones that were actually relatively good in specs, like, had a few hundred megabytes of RAM, 256. So, T495? Huh. I've heard of, like, I guess AMD doesn't have Meltdown, but still has Spectre on it, so it's kind of weird. Does Debian have a release cycle? Well, they came out with 10 recently, and 9 was probably maybe a year ago. It seems to be a little bit faster than it used to be. I'm not quite sure. They typically have the packages for the next release. There's actually going up. There's actually 2 versions of testing. There's it used to be Buster, but that became the new stable. But I don't know what they're on right now, but I just have it set to testing. But if you set it to the next release in apt config, it'll actually install the packages for that, or try to make it so it gradually goes towards that, and you'll have an easier time when you run an upgrade or disk upgrade, I mean. Huh. How unviable, QM says, how unviable, fuck. So, oh shit, should not swear. How unviable would be running Debian GNU / herd as a daily driver? Asking because shit post value. I don't know about herd. Pretty unviable. I mean, you could probably do it. I mean, if you're fine with when am I gonna start working out? There, I'm lifting this, but it got USB support recently for GNU / herd, I think. I mean, it's possible. I'm not quite sure why you'd want to. It'd be a very unpleasant experience. I don't care, Victor Butch Hansen. Let's see. Actually, why don't we look at herd? Go look at the development cycle for herd. See what they have now. I haven't looked at it in a while. GNU herd. herd.gnu.org. That's probably what we'll have to go to. Oh my god. Okay. I'm not non-binary. But okay, let's look at the development cycle for this. So GNU herd is the GNU project's replacement for the Unix kernel. It's a collection of servers to run on the mock microkernel. So it's pretty much a microkernel operating system. So I guess I'm just filling it in if you don't know what GNU herd is. But yeah, essentially they started development on this before they used the Linux kernel for the GNU project to make GNU / Linux. So because of Linux's success as a kernel, hasn't really gotten a lot of development. But let's see what recent changes they have to it. Wow. I mean, they most date back to, well, 052518, and there's one that has 093032. It's kind of odd. I think that's an issue with the website, unless well, maybe they're just preparing for the future. Still in development, 1995, 2032, still going. I'm trying to figure out last time where I found their let's look at open issues. Okay, so here's a list of advantages. It's free software, so anyone can use it. Okay. I mean, uses the GNU C library, and unlike other popular kernel software, the herd has an object-oriented structure that allows it to evolve without compromising design. It's a little bit ironic there. Herd is built in a modular fashion. TCP IP stack. Oh my god, I'm trying to figure out hardware support, but there's not like... Okay, well, maybe in the running section. Distributions based off herd. Good. Oh my god, they have there's only one working one apparently. It's Debian, and GNU / herd distributions in early stages, they have Arc and Nix. So you can have GNU / Arc herd. That's a little bit odd to say. So running Debian GNU / herd. Yeah, okay. GNU plus herd. Bonk. Did Trevolge release the Linux kernel just to demoralize Stallman from further developing herd? Probably not. I think he made it as a. I don't know why he made it. Maybe it's just. I think it was just a project time. Do you, do you know how to draw stuff in 3D? Kinda. I mean, I haven't done perspective in a really long ass time, but I can eyeball it typically. I'm okay at drawing. I'm not spectacular in any way. Kind of takes me a while, and I need to use reference photos. But on the free node, someone's trying to revive Gentoo / herd. I really want to know the hardware support. How come this is like so difficult just to find? Okay, yeah, QEMU image. I want to see it running on actual hardware. Maybe we go to the port site for herd. Oh, there's a to-do list. Let's see what's on here. Oh God, maybe I should just search on a different site for like hardware support. Hardware compatibility guide. That's kind of what we need. Introduction. Okay. Any 386 chip or better supported, so long as there's a math coprocessor. Supported buses are ISA, EISA, and PCI. So, and no PCMCI IA. So no card bus and no PCI Express, it seems. Or AGP even. Memory, Mach supports all type of system memory. Limit around 768 megabytes, so it's a little bit low. Video cards has console, so it supports every like standard VGA text mode. The X Window system runs on GNU / herd via X386 4.10, and thus herd can support any card that's by X386, except cards that require the AGP part Linux module. So pretty much any, seeming like most PCI cards. So at least it's doing a little bit better at graphics than Arc OS, which is the ROS, which is the research operating system, or for x86 Amiga port, pretty much, or Amiga OS port. So I'm not going to try designing my own CPU right now. Or, I mean, I might be closer to trying to write a compiler, but it's still kind of far out of the way. How about an interpreter? And then maybe I should read the compiler book. American says, are you interested in installing LFS? And what should I know if I want to do the same? At some point, I might actually give it a shot. I think it's more of a learning experience than what I'd consider a practical to use distribution. LFS comes with a book, so I would probably just read through that. Like, I read through the first 2 chapters of it. Have you ever looked at Darwin? You mean the Mac OS thing? Or anyways, I'm gonna try to figure out like what herd's kind of hardware compatibility thing. So they don't have a list for IDE controllers. They just say most should be. There's a few that don't work listed. Fair bit of network cards. I recognize a few of these. Not all of them though. Sound cards. Currently does not support any sound cards. However, for GNU/Herd to support sound, we will need good character device infrastructure. So no sound. CD-ROM drives. No CDR, no proprietary ones, but almost all AT-API ones and SCSI ones, so like the old 80-pin ribbon connector sort of things. Or is they still have SCSI? No tape drives. Don't know why they still have that listed. Mice, PS2, and serial mice, modems. Okay, so it's probably not really usable as an actual OS. I don't use modems, printers, or scanners, so that often. Occasionally use scanners. USB devices are not supported. Multiple terminal cards are not supported. Joysticks are not supported. TV tuner, uninterruptible power supply devices. And this doesn't even comment on stuff like ACPI, things like that, or even APM for that matter. So, well, I guess that was in the introduction, but so I guess in summary, Herd supports. I'll link it to you. I mean, they might support it now based on how their site structure had some bug fix listed as and happening in the year 2032, but let's see when this was written. So I guess to answer the question, Herd is probably not usable as its own operating system. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, QM says, I'm very surprised by your determination in asking this absolutely useless question. Sorry, I was kind of wondering about, well, I don't know, might be worth trying if it's a little bit better support. It seems like a lot of, I mean, kind of alternative kernels and operating systems are kind of interesting to me. Like, for example, FreeDOS, even though it isn't multitasking, still has like Vim and things like that, which is actually kind of making it tempting to use on something like where I would need DOS drivers. For example, the 380XD requires something proprietary written for PC DOS to have the fan work, and they only have drivers up to like 98. Mr. Bonk is trying to use Lumos. I don't even know what that is. Haiku is kind of neat. So what is it with Haiku? Is there anything like special about it, or is it just another so free Lumos is a free and open source Unix operating system based off Open Solaris. Huh. So that might actually be somewhat reasonable to use. Let's take a look at Haiku. So I've actually never really taken much interest in the Haiku operating system. Is anyone in the chat, have they tried it? Familiar with it? $5BOS. Yeah, and I'm kind of unfamiliar with these. Oh, introduced in 1991, first written on B-Box hardware. Oh. So let's actually kind of take a look at this. So installation guide. Oh, they do seem to have the installer thing together. That's always good. Probably just gonna look up hardware support. Do you guys know how Haiku actually performs compared to things like Linux or BSD or something like that? I think at one time I saw a video based off that was showing it run like Blender or something like that, but I didn't have hardware acceleration. I might be wrong about that though. Might be confusing with something else. Well, I understand Open Solaris is kind of cool. I mean, I might actually see if I can get some of the Solaris stuff to run on the Ultra 80 since it was designed for it. But I don't know if that's only x86 or if it supports the Ultra Spark processors. You don't like the interface for the OS though, says American. QM says, I kind of want to try having a battle of the most obscure daily driver OSs with friends. No way to friend. It performed really well to Linux in a VM, says American. Um, you know, this song kind of. I'm gonna go look at the like hardware compatibility stuff, or in the general FAQ. Um, huh. This definitely seems to be like miles ahead of the, I guess, Herd project. List of video card drivers. Well, they still have 3DFX, ATI, Intel. I'm going Intel probably because it's. Oh yeah. These actually cover a lot of the ThinkPad ones, to like i965, Sandy Bridge stuff. So, and I guess I'll take a look at ATI. But they don't seem to have acceleration for a lot of these things, or 2D or 3D for any of that. Even if let me check the Intel one again. Nope. Just mode switching. So I guess they might not actually have this for anything on here for 2D and 3D accelerations. I'm just looking through this drivers list. I doubt NVIDIA's would be any better. You know what? I should check for the S3 because it seems like most older operating systems support like the. Oh God, no! I don't think Haiku has any like 2D or 3D acceleration. This is terrible. Well, I mean, it's still a cool project, but it kind of makes it a little bit impractical, so to speak. QM. Plan 9 wins automatically, says American. What are you gonna do about it? Howdy? Well, Howdy as well. I do like BSD. It seems to be the most promising out of these alternative operating systems, as in things more obscure than Linux. Even though I haven't tried Open Solaris, I would probably bet that that one actually has somewhat decent support, but I could be wrong. Let me see if there's like any card. Haiku video acceleration. Huh. Oh no. Uh, well, they plan for OpenGL hardware acceleration on Intel cards, it seems. That was back. This is i9-15 plans, and this is back in 2017. So I don't even think I can make like a custom build for this just to get like hardware acceleration working. Ugh. What are you gonna do about it? Says I apologize for my extremely long username. Uno Dos says, what project are you working on? Well, at the moment, I'm sitting around waiting for stuff to render to an editing format so I can go edit HD video of my Core 2 Duo. So this is a fun experience. But I'm currently working, I guess, on my N-Curse's video editor. And it's more of an off or on thing. I work on it for probably like a few hours every time I make a video. The last time I did anything major with it, I just added like some sort of like a different mode to kind of easily select files. But yeah, I mean, it's working enough. At least for my video setup. I'm kind of interested if anyone actually bothers trying it, because then I could probably get better bug reports or maybe find someone that's a little bit more knowledgeable at FFmpeg. Trust me, that isn't a high bar to beat. So, that's kind of what I'm working on at the moment. I might make a video and trying some. I'm kind of interested, I guess, in trying out some sort of alternative operating system potentially, which is what I'm kind of looking at. And oh, by the way, Tecito El Grifo, hi. Lumos supports Spark and even ARM. Okay, once I get a little bit more spending cash, I'll probably try Open Solaris or a Lumos on something on like a Ultra Spark sort of system and see if I can get my Pentium 3 daughter card to work. That'd be kind of cool. Quickson. Oh wait, American asked for soldering beginner tips. Well, I mean, I'm not really that great at soldering, but I can tell you some tips. First off, I mean, at least I kind of like the. Well, you need a sponge and some water. That's like a bare minimum. I get some rosin core solder, um, and that at least like you won't have to worry about flux that much with rosin core. So you can probably skip out on that. And I would get some like decent tips if you're gonna buy like I bought like a knockoff Japanese it's soldering iron. It's actually from China. It's called a Yuhua 936B quite a while ago. I've gotten slightly better at it. Good lighting is actually very helpful, especially if you don't have great eyesight. Um, oh, yeah, you want to heat up the thing you're soldering to. Like if you're trying to solder two wires together, you actually want to put like the soldering iron onto the surface you're soldering on until that heats up, and then apply the solder afterwards instead of melting the solder onto it, because that's kind of like, I mean, like if you're really new to it, I'm not a great person. Oh, I mean, I'm not a great person at soldering. Like I kind of don't quite suck, but I'm pretty close to it. So, is there a way to render in a farm? Yeah. I mean, do you know what a Beowulf cluster is? Oh, you probably don't need to actually like use that software from back in the day for that. But I mean, technically, it's just a cluster of computers that are joined together to kind of run like a repetitive task. And there's a master node and some slave nodes, just kind of communicates with them to split up the task. And I'm sure there's a lot of software available for that. Does this CC allow you to do that, or does it just on one computer? I'm not very familiar with it. But actually, most like very high-end like supercomputers are, I mean, they have specialized hardware, but there's a few of them that have just been Beowulf clusters or off-the-shelf computers just networked together. Um, yeah, I would agree with Nas Mitford there. Louis Rossman is probably the best soldering guy on YouTube, at least. I might be wrong about that, but if you want some tutorials for that, I'd probably go with that. I can't really advise you past a 10 or 15 minute sort of thing. Um, well, I don't know. Maybe you could like build a Arduino. I mean, it's just like, or, like get an AT Tiny and make a little project out of it. Uh, I have some like Z80 kits, and I might do a video on trying to solder one of those together. I got sponsored by PCBWay, which they just sent me a bunch of free stuff. I have no clue why. I have like 3K viewers. I don't know how it's worth it for them. Yeah, at some point I'm gonna making a Z80 SBC video. There's actually a 4-chip Z80 computer you can make. Oh, I mean, you could always go the route of just getting things with dead capacitors and replacing them. I mean, they're one of the most commonly failed components, and they're also very easy to notice. And so, yeah, that's a idea. I mean, they sell capacitor kits for a lot of things, and it's typically easy to find. Look, can see a bloated capacitor. If you know a little bit about digital electronics, probably dive a bit deeper, I guess. Ethan, I do not. I did that in one live stream I clicked in. Hmm. You could try repairing like I don't know if that's basic, but I mean, what do you actually want to do with it? You know what I mean? Like once you're good at it, what do you want to do with your soldering abilities? Huh. What's ESP12? Um, hmm. Oh, I guess like yeah, I mean the waveform generator isn't actually a bad idea for a soldering project. I think like probably the first thing I successfully soldered together is probably just an amplifier. You're good enough soldering, you could probably become a lab tech. Well, I'm probably gonna have a degree a little bit. It's not gonna be in that though. Uh, actually, one of my friends does actually have a job where he did soldering primarily, but it was mainly repairing electronics, and he was training. So I don't know how far along he got on that. Oh no, this reminded me of my shitty bass amp. Well, I mean, my thing was horrible too. Like the first, I soldered together a shitty amplifier in my digital electronics class that just amplified a tiny Chinese microphone sort of thing you get for like 10 cents and allow you to like plug headphones or a speaker into it. It was horrible. Huh. Two resistors. Huh. Two jacks. 2.9 volt battery clips. Op amp. Yeah, it was something like on that level. I don't know. Honestly, the violin thing kind of the internal it came with like a little like the kit thing for the electric violin came with a little internal amplifier, and it sounds like pretty bad, but I actually picked up a decent like it's probably for a TV or something amp, but it has video effects on it. So I was messing with those for quite a while. It actually got it to sound like a pretty much like a guitar at some point, which I don't know if that's good for a violin. But Talos 2 review when, says Mr. Bonk. I don't have the money for a Talos 2, and if I did, I probably wouldn't buy a Talos 2. Well, if I actually had a large amount of disposable income, I definitely would buy one, but um, I wanted tone, I'd buy an audio interface and plug it into my laptop. Huh. Honestly, if all you want is a working amp, like, I mean, I bought like some Yamaha amplifier for 40 bucks at a Goodwill, and it just worked out of the box. And I took like some old stereo equipment for like a home theater setup and just wired it up. It cost me spent $40 and lugged around some stuff, and was about it. Not quite sure it's the best quality setup, but I mean, I don't really do a lot of music stuff, and if I do, it's like purely a hobby thing. I probably wouldn't even put it on YouTube. Uh, well, an FPGA is not even really a processor; it's just a bunch of NAND gates that can be configured into anything. I mean, they're kind of cool. I mean, they're actually really cool. I like them that you can actually do like make physical hardware pretty much with the NAND gates, but you know, it's not necessarily something you'd. It's not a kernel. That's what I'm trying to say. What do the modern ones use, Ethan? Kind of curious. I always I'm not really super familiar with them, but that's how I heard the description of it. I know you can pretty much make every logic gate out of NAND gates, so. No, I do not smoke weed. I will be using a FPG. Well, yeah, I mean, that's probably a good way to test it. Eclipson says, who is your main in Smash Bros? I haven't played that game in forever, but I used to play Kirby, and then I would suck people up and drop off the edge of the map. It was quite fun. Logic units and lookup tables. What is a logic unit? Like ALUs or God, I'm probably gonna actually have to read up on this more than like a Wikipedia article. Huh. Well, yeah. How much memory does the ESP12 have? Nice Miffer. Huh. I'd probably have to read up on them, Ethan, to get more of an understanding than what I can do on a live stream. I honestly haven't done a lot of digital electronics. I took a class for it in high school, and I didn't really do much of that stuff in college. I did a lot of programming stuff, but not a lot of. I didn't really do any digital electronics there, so I'm definitely gonna have to do some reading on that. So, huh. Yes, Ethan, I've never designed my own CPU with an FPGA. I don't think a lot of people have done that. I might work on like making an interpreter, but that'd be more of just a project for learning things. Serenity OS when? And look at this. Getting kind of tired. See what the rendering progress is like. Oh my god, we got 5 videos left on here, 5 video clips. I made like 2 hours of footage. Man. Huh. I don't know. I might cut this off pretty soon. I'm getting a bit tired. Any last sort of questions or I guess this is kind of the end of the live stream for tonight. So I'll let it go for a little bit longer. Oh, it's not that bad because normally I have most of the clips like rendering, and it goes to a editing format. Arthur George, sorry man. Anton Jigger says, do you own or do you host your own DNS? I do not. I kind of have a smaller setup on here. Ethan, it'll be one of the world's mysteries. American thoughts on Serenity OS. Or thoughts on it. If it's like well, I'll read up on it for a little bit here. It just says Unix. I'm kind of wondering what it's based on. So here's the GitHub for it. So it's not just based off like some, is it just based off like some version of BSD, or does it actually do more than that? Or, I mean, the development team, did they do more than that? It is kind of cool if they actually wrote like or used some old version of Unix and actually brought it up to date. I do kind of like how the interface looks though. Oh, thanks, Nazmither, for answering the question. 4 to 8 megabytes. I mean, depending on how much the Wi-Fi stuff takes up, that's actually pretty useful. Yeah, actor George, Arthur George. Sorry, I'm getting kind of tired. Yeah, I typically get a 1 to 3 live, like 1/3 time ratio between the actual amount of video footage I take to rendering, which typically works out okay because I'll end up doing most of the video editing at like, well, I'll film the video at night typically, and then just have it kind of run overnight, wake up in the morning, it's in the editing format. I can just, edit it quite easily from there at the end curses editor. Well, thanks, QM. Not quite sure why there's so many comments on that though, but I guess thanks anyways, Eric. And okay, what is your Archer George? What is my waifu? I like Debian. It's my favorite distribution so far of Linux, or GNU plus Linux. Sorry, I clicked in. Oh, sorry. Mr. Bonk 500. Assembly language is the best programming language. Oh my god. Just start designing everything in pure silicon at this point, Bonk. Like, don't even bother with programming languages or assembly. Make everything for one use case. Oh god. Wait. Okay, there. Back in focus. Anyways, I think I'm gonna end it. Have a good night, everybody. Peace.